Once it's live, it's going to start making some weird noises, and I'll fix that real quick. There we go. That's the weird noises for me.
Right. Well, again, welcome everybody. This is our first in-person and online together meeting in quite a bit of time. So cheers to everyone. Thanks. So Marcia Butzer, co-chair, opening the meeting, bringing us to order, welcoming everybody. So first, what we want to do here, friends, is to do a roll call this time. As we go around and do our roll call, if you wouldn't mind just reintroducing yourself and saying maybe a sentence or so, anything you want, bring us up to speed, get us going, and bring us back together. And online. Okay, staff, would you call the roll, please?
Okay, co-chair Boxer.
Present here, and very happy indeed. A good ride down in the sunshine, feeling good.
Co-chair Vienna.
Very excited to do some work in person and not over a screen, but also nice to meet the new folks on the team.
Vice Chair Kelly Baroka.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm excited to be here. And unfortunately, I have to leave early because we have a giant fundraiser tomorrow.
Secretary Figueroa is excused. Commissioner Archer is not here. Commissioner Best should be signing in soon, hopefully. Commissioner Erickson.
Here, he, him pronouns. Excited to meet most of you for the first time.
Commissioner Hill-Meyer.
Here, I use she, her pronouns, and I woke up this morning forgetting we were meeting in person. I just went on autopilot to do everything online until I had this moment of, wait, that's not what we're doing today. And so I rushed out of bed and made it down here.
Welcome, welcome. Commissioner Landers.
Here, I use he, him pronouns, and I think like everyone else, I'm just really excited that we can have these conversations face to face and I think really make some progress.
Commissioner Maroon.
Here, I abhor pronouns, and it's good to see folks from Walla Walla.
Commissioner Molina.
Here, good morning, everyone. I use he and his pronouns. I'm representing the Skagit County area. I'm really excited to be here. It feels like the first day of school, just getting to meet you.
Commissioner Ross.
Present. I am very excited to be here. Our first meeting was in person, and this is probably going to be my last meeting. So it's very nice that we can do this in person, and I get to see all your faces.
Commissioner Sawyer.
Here, pronouns, just good to see everybody in person.
And Commissioner Sojourner.
Here, the pronouns, excited, not just to meet everybody in person, but also first time I've been in the capital city. But I'm excited to be here.
Good all around. Thank you. We do a land acknowledgement, and we should do that next.
Hi, folk. So I will read the Commission's land acknowledgement, and first I want to recognize that although I do have Indigenous heritage from the Taino and Craig people of the Caribbean, and specifically the Aina Morite, I do not claim Indigenous identity. So I do this with the respect that it deserves for the communities that whose lands we have violently taken. And I share this reflection and that acknowledgement on behalf of all of the commissioners and the agency itself. The Washington State LGBTQ Commission recognizes that we live and work in stolen lands. These lands, water, mountains, skies, and everything within them have been inhabited since time immemorial by the descendants of the 29 federally recognized tribes, as well as the many not recognized tribal communities in the state of Washington. We recognize the history of colonization, genocide, subjugation, and enslavement experienced by indigenous people in these lands and throughout the continent. It is our commitment as a state agency to recognize tribal sovereignty, to work alongside tribal partners for the well-being of our communities, to celebrate the achievements of the many indigenous communities among us, and to dismantle the ongoing legacy of settled colonialism, as well as the exclusion and erasure of indigenous people that continues today, and may do so.
Just one moment, everybody. I'm working on bringing up the PowerPoint so I can give you all the housekeeping and all.
You will, while you're doing that, acknowledge that we have some legislative advisors who serve our commission, and just note who they are. There's Senator Claire Wilson from the 30th District, their State Representative Nicole Macri from the 43rd District, and State Representative Skylar Wood from the 16th District.
Okay.
We'll do housekeeping. We'll note.
I'm going to keep the housekeeping short because I can't pull up the PowerPoint. The main thing is that everybody needs to be polite, and for anybody from the public that may be watching on YouTube, we will be watching the chat, but the commissioners are not able to answer the chat, and you can always send a message so that I see it, and I know I'm forgetting things. So,
Be a decent human being when you're interacting.
yes, that's the main thing.
Is indeed. Thank you so much. We have a quorum, so we can go ahead with our business today. And the first piece of business right now is to approve the minutes from the last meeting. And what we would need there is the motions from the machine.
I motion that we approve the minutes of the meeting.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please, on the vote.
Okay, Commissioner Erickson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hillmeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Landers,
Aye.
Commissioner Maroon,
I would just also like to remind everyone to speak up a little bit when you're talking.
Commissioner Molina,
Aye.
Commissioner Ross,
Aye.
Commissioner Sawyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sojourner,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kelly Baroga,
Aye.
Commissioner Vienna, Co-Chair Vienna,
Aye.
Co-Chair Botzer.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. At this time, we're going to move on to a special business that we're doing because we're in person today. We had agreed at our last meeting to conduct some retreat business when we were together, and here we are. Let's do that. We will begin with a presentation guided by our Vice Chair.
Good morning, everyone. We're gonna do some icebreakers. I don't know if folks work with youth, but I work with youth, so we always plug in times where we can interact with each other on a more personal level and get to know each other and literally break the ice, because this is our first time meeting in person in a few. Some of these are not really hybrid friendly, but I plan on gradually doing some things, and then we're gonna stand up later and do some things, and then we're gonna calm back down by sitting down and doing a few more icebreakers on paper. So the first one is called Pass the Applause. You're going to intensely look to the person next to you, and you're going to time your clap at the same time. So you're going to be passing my applause to you, and then you're gonna look to the other side, and then you're gonna do that. And then we're just gonna do a round of that. You can count, you can plan, you can do some wizardry and just figure out when to do it at the same time. Okay, 1, 2, oh, stay it. 1, 2, one more time. 1, 2, there we go.
So much pressure. 1, 2. Is that good enough? Nope. Okay. 1, 2.
There you go.
He's looking at my hand. Okay, 1, 2. Yeah.
All right, that was impressive.
That was impressive.
Oops.
One, two. Yes.
1, 2. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
There we go.
Okay, are we gonna try this, Everett? One, two. Okay, we have a lag.
I think that's gonna be
We gotta go back the other time.
Oh, we have to go back the other way now? Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2.
There we go.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oh.
1, 2. Which one was that?
Okay.
1, 2.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2.
One, two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2. 1, 2. I'm going with it, okay? 1, 2.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. I put a piece of paper in front of you. Now we're going to play a round of picture phone. Mixing charades and Pictionary into one game. So on one side of the paper, I would like you to draw a summer activity that you enjoy. And then what would happen next is you're going to pass it to the person to your right. And then that person's going to look at the drawing and fold it in half. And on the back side of that, write down what they think your favorite summer activity is. And then the next person will decipher, will try to draw what the prompt was that the other person described. We'll go through that step by step, but for now, please draw favorite summer activity. It doesn't have to be an elaborate painting. Just a sketch is fine.
Oh. It's going to reboot.
No,
It's going to reboot in 30 minutes.
no, you can't just pick when there.
Yeah, and it's only giving me these options.
Have you dealt with these tech issues all session long?
No, this is a new room and I can't.
I'm asking Nicole and Claire. I'm sorry, Tracy.
The spontaneous reboot during a floor vote. Yes, very familiar with that. It's fun.
That's one of those OMG moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or your internet goes out just suddenly.
Well, hopefully I can keep telling it no. Sorry for the interruption.
You're drawing a summer activity. Yes.
That's okay.
Do we need anything else from Kristen?
Okay, folks, are folks ready? Okay, we're going to pass the paper to the right. Okay, and then now look at that drawing. And then what do you think that says? Or what is it that, what activity is that? So once you figured out what that is, or think about guess what it is, fold the paper in half. And then write down what you think it is on that half sheet of paper.
Maybe bring your computer so you can at least see. And then maybe email it to me and I can pull it up.
Okay, and then pass your paper to the right again. The next person is gonna look at that prompt and then fold the piece of paper again.
So it's, this, you fold it twice, by the time I pass it, it should be.
So it's still, so you'll have the drawing before, fold it, and then you wrote down a prompt, then pass it. And then the next person looks at the prompt, reads the prompt, and then folds it again, and then on that folded piece, you draw.
Drawing.
The prompt?
You're drawing whatever you write.
Okay.
Yep.
This is pretty good.
Oh, I don't know how to draw this. All right, looks like folks are done. Pass it again. And we're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna look at the drawing. You're gonna fold the piece of paper and then write down what you think that drawing was.
So.
Take off your glasses to look at it.
I can't see what the red part was.
Can I give it the red part?
Oh.
So your piece of paper should be this small. Right.
Now, right, what picture is? Okay.
Are we writing or drawing?
Right now, we're writing it.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for it.
Oh.
And now you're gonna open the piece of paper and you're gonna see what the train of thought was. So Wait, follow, okay, yeah, we can start from either side, the smallest to the largest.
This person's the hardest.
Feel free to pass it back to your left. And then now look at it as you have your own piece of paper. How far did it go?
Hit somebody's.
Are we supposed to have our own? Okay, yeah.
It was interpreted correctly.
Was it something you intended to write? Did someone see things that you didn't really notice to put on a piece of paper?
Just kind of slacking in the sun.
Well, thank you for that. I like doing these things before larger workshops or planning activities, just so it gets you in the mood of deciphering what other people have to say, interpreting that into something different, applying your own twist, maybe not applying your own twist. It's really versatile in that nature. The next one is going to require people to stand up. We're gonna be regrouping in different ways and capacities. So the first one, so this time I'm gonna ask you to either line up or group yourself into, and then I'll have a prompt. So the first one is we are going to make a line based on our birthdays, and it's only the month of the day of the year, so not the actual year, just month and day. So we'll have January starting on this side and then December over there, but we're going to have to figure out when everyone's birthday is.
January what?
23rd, 7th.
I'm gonna make.
Okay, what month?
August.
January, February here.
What are we doing? In the-
Oh, we just, outside is that?
It doesn't matter.
Next Monday.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, happy birthday.
so we have September,
Oh, I'm like,
we go after y'all.
Yeah, so you're.
oh no.
so come around over here. Just don't trip.
How do we, do you need us all?
We're like, we're over here.
February 24.
Oh, my God.
When is your all's birthday?
December.
November. I'm like way out of here. I'm like, I don't know why I went over there. Okay, let's see it. When's your birthday?
January 7th.
January 7th,
January 23rd.
23rd,
February 26th.
February,
March 24th.
March.
May 15th.
July 18th.
Almost have a birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you. August 17th, Leo.
September 24th.
25th September.
Oh, look at that. November, oh no. 7.
December 20th.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we're gonna line up. Oh, everyone, is your birthday? We're gonna squeeze you in somewhere.
June 3rd.
June 3rd, you go right in between. Awesome. Senator
Between.
Wilson? When is your
September
birthday?
5th. September 5th.
September 5th.
Virgo.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh, September.
Excited.
Representative Marguerite, when's your birthday?
January 7th.
We're birthday twins! Yay!
Yay!
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to arrange ourselves by where you live from north to south.
Oh.
This is gonna be interesting.
So north is that end and south is this end?
Sure, let's do that.
Schedule it.
You're down.
Yeah, you're still there than me.
I don't know. Probably.
Thursday is your
I'm gonna have a little.
West Seattle.
Wait,
Uh, Don't reach.
So, yeah.
I still work forever in Tacoma.
See me doing this.
Can't afford Tacoma.
Are you slightly south of Tacoma?
No.
I mean, like,
I think you're an idiot.
Yeah, well,
actually,
I'm back.
It's
I'm
north of-
10 minutes away from
Awesome. Okay, so you would, if you're 10 minutes away from Olympia, you'd be here, or actually here.
Tacoma, in the chat.
Okay,
Yeah.
here.
Yep. Okay, where should we put Everett?
He's only.
Probably down by, between Toby and Alicia.
Yeah, Alicia, yeah, and Toby. probably.
Awesome. Senator Wilson.
Senator Wilson is.
Senator Win, right?
I'm
Yep.
an unincorporated Auburn, so I'm between Tacoma and anything that's the shadow of Seattle. So
You're next to me in Kent.
awesome. Yes.
And Representative Macri?
Well, I live in the 43rd, so she probably would be right by me. Yeah.
Yes, I live in the 43rd too. I live on Capitol Hill in Seattle.
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna do four corners instead of forming a line.
Okay.
What is, there, look of your face. Okay, so I'm gonna assign a value to a corner and then you're gonna flood that way. So how about your favorite season? We'll say summer. What did I do? The spring, summer, winter, and fall. Spring, summer, winter, and fall. Spring, summer, winter. and fall.
Fall is your favorite?
Yes. I think it's a popular choice.
What is happening? What did I become this person?
That's fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's start from
What about the?
first. Oh, where will you all be? Sorry, I keep forgetting. In my head, I'm
Everett, what season is your favorite?
Oh, who, me?
Yeah,
Autumn, fall.
okay, so you're in this corner over here.
spring.
And then
I see.
Senator Wilson?
Smack dab in the middle. I don't choose a corner because there's something good in every single one.
I see.
Just saying, and just knowing there
Very
is a
on
season.
brand. Yes.
Just knowing there is a season is important in my mind because so many times around here we have no clue what season it is based on the weather.
That's fair. Representative Macri?
Oh gosh, I'm with Claire. Favorite season? Maybe fall.
Yeah.
I've heard some fall ones a lot. Okay, so can people share why you love fall so much?
It's usually a relief after all the heat of the summer to finally have that first big rain. That's it for me.
Anyone else?
Spooky season, and I had all my babies in fall.
Oh, that's cute.
Awesome. How about over here in the summer?
Just being able to, the late night, the sun being up until 9 o'clock and just being able to enjoy every part of the city.
Nice. I see that we are in spring.
Yes.
Would you like to share why you like
Yes,
spring
so
so
it's
much?
like the rebirth of like things like flowers and trees and everything just coming back to life. So I love just seeing it all get colorful outside.
Are you a spring baby?
Yeah.
It's allergy season.
Personally, I would always love, prior to this year, I would always love being in summer because I can get darker. But I recently got into gardening and spring is when I get to go spend money and put things in the thing. But we've had a long spring, so this is like my third spring. I'm stuck in spring. Awesome, thank you. Let's keep it still a feel good one. How about folks choosing what kind of vacation would you like? Are you more of a beach person? Are you more of a let's go to a cabin? Let's go to a different city? Or over here, would you like to just have a staycation? So beach Beach in that corner, and that corner. Oh my God, what did I say? Cabin.
Cabin, different city.
Different city, and then staycation. Oh my goodness.
Or different country.
All of the things.
Different
I
city.
want
Every
A
city.
cabin on the beach in a different city.
My husband prefers that, I prefer this, so we have to find out
The middle ground.
every year.
Nice, nice. All right. How
I'm
about
thinking of the vacations I've taken since it's just me, and it's always in a different city. So I guess that's it.
nice, nice. How about folks? Where would you like? What kind of vacation do you like?
I like vacation, period. This is where I am agnostic. I like to do different kinds of things.
Fully covered.
So I'm a Gemini.
Senator Wilson?
Beach.
Nice.
I would have guessed that.
Yes, I would have. Representative Crabtree?
Beach, definitely beach.
Awesome. See, we'll be having a party. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so the next one, we're not doing corners. We're just going to, now I'm not going to pre-decide where you're gonna go. You're gonna create little groups. Let's start with, what's your favorite color? So the goal is to group yourselves into favorite colors. So you all get to decide what the groupings are. Are we gonna go red tones, brown tones?
Blues.
Blues.
Green.
Why am I?
Purples. Maybe
Wait, what are the
purples.
options? What are the-
Lavender.
Any, you come up with the option.
Okay.
Violet. Or like lavender, violet.
I'm going with like jewel tones in general.
I don't have anything blue today.
Yeah.
What color was there?
Jewel tones in general.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah.
So opulence.
I have this whole peacock ombre thing, but it's turning blue, so.
Green is not green. Green and purple.
Mine changes with the season.
That's fair.
Awesome. What
We're
theme we have going with it?
blues.
Blues. Just such an,
We did like jewel tones in general because mine changes with the season.
okay, okay.
He fits with that. Yeah.
Sure color.
How about you all over here?
Lavender, purple.
Lavender. I like to do like warm tones, so like purple through red.
Awesome, okay. And then,
We did greens on this side.
yes, mine's
Forest green.
barely, a green, but yes. Awesome. Do folks want to share what your color scheme is and where would you go? Or maybe you have your own group.
Oh, for my 16th birthday, my mother got me a color analysis. And turns out I'm a winter. So I'm supposed to do jewel tones and, but I am also allowed to wear black. But my favorite actual color is green.
All right. Nice, nice.
I'm just cracking up. I sat on the back deck and had my colors done, but I wasn't 16, Everett. But I do believe a winter spring, which still means nothing. I have the little drape that they gave me of all the colors, and they're always on sale at Old Navy. I'll just say those are the colors that they say fit me. Wearing colors is different. Colors I like to wear are different than colors I like to see. So blues are my see color, not my wear color.
Huh. Okay, I don't know. I always get feedback from my partner that I constantly wear gray and I look really drab, but I love gray. But I'll say my house is like, we have all of these bright colors everywhere. So I'm here in my house today. So like the dining room is like bright orange and the one bedroom is like bright green. And so I don't know. I'm like all over the place with colors.
Jewel tones.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, thank you. Now you're still recreating your own groups. How about hobbies?
Ooh, so many.
Photography, anybody?
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm just gonna say arts and crafts.
Yeah.
Reading.
Going with that.
I'm a big reader.
Okay.
I'm a sports ball kind of gay.
I love to read.
I love how this is harder for everyone.
Different ones. My latest is wood carving. Yeah. But I've also done like chainmail and carpentry.
Farthest away from that.
Embroidery. Road trips. Road trips.
I don't like working out. I like sports ball, playing sports ball, but an official workout. like, never.
I mean, whether it's what I.
The other one for me is Dungeons and Dragons, so if anybody.
It's like the easy if I don't know it.
Okay. All right, let's start from us and then we'll ask everyone else where they fit in, or maybe they have their own standalone. I like attending sports balls and playing them. Soccer, football, well, not so much football, it's too masculine. Basketball, softball, soccer, you name it. How about over here?
Lifting, working out.
Working out. Betty?
I have way too many, so today I picked painting, well painting.
Look for you. Picasso, the Mickey.
We picked reading.
Breathing.
But like default reading, because there's lots of other things, but that's like the easy go-to.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I kind of went with them because I do comic books.
So no reading, like, no read you.
Photography is a big one for me.
How about over there?
Well, I gotta say, I do a lot of reading and comic books and weightlifting, but I picked arts and crafts in general. I've rotated through like wood carving and carpentry to embroidery to chainmail.
Cool.
I've been looking at chainmail dresses.
Nice.
Hint, hint, I'm just kidding. I would say, like road trips or just like going to, any excuse to go on a trip.
Exactly.
Awesome, and let's hear from folks on the screen.
Writing, swimming, and walking my dog, playing with my kids. Those are my go-tos.
I live by something that is called Willy Weather. I love to walk on the beach, and I have a beach about a mile away, and so I live by the tides, by low tide. But right now I'm spending more time walking and knocking than I am walking on a beach, just saying. It's my favorite thing though.
I like cooking. And I also like just exploring, so like road trips and stuff. I like that answer.
Okay, and the last one, I'll let everyone say. Your interests based on why you're here today. Oh, I got serious, one last. Yeah, your interests, I would say like maybe your specialty, your interest, your focus. Like what speaks to you, why you're here today? And knowing that we all LGBTQ as a baseline.
And the folk on the screen, this computer that we're using is about to do a reboot.
And it's gonna cause me to have to call systems because I don't have all the passwords to log in.
We'll, as soon as we have the solution to that and reboots and everything, we'll text you and email you.
You want to make one of us the co-lead so we don't lose the Zoom?
I'm gonna do that.
Yes.
Oh, great, well, we're still looking at your interests.
Well, we do, well, Tracy and I figure this out. Everybody else can follow KB's instructions.
Since we're not moving, we can do like priorities too. We can do like, what's your first priority? And then we'll regroup, do our second priority, and then we'll regroup how many times ever you're like, I got too many. This always stumps people. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I liked it better when we were talking about the beach.
I didn't hear what we're doing because I got
That's okay,
focused. Yeah, I got it. I need to call systems.
I am here for youth voice.
I'm here for.
I don't have the BitLocker.
Yeah, and.
I'm here for, land and bodily autonomy. And bodily autonomy.
Ooh, like that's second.
I know, I'm like, wait, later.
Yeah.
I'll be there in a minute.
Like that.
Yep, there they go.
There they went.
Uh-oh. Maybe it'll automatically make one of us the,
Oh, they froze, they're rebooting.
Yeah. There, if, just keep your eye on the email because they had to send a new link, which is what initially they said a few minutes ago they may have to do.
Right, okay.
Man, we didn't have this many tech issues, so I'm so glad because holy moly, I would
Yeah.
have kind of closed shop down 30 days into things if we were dealing with all that stuff. I'm so
Right.
glad we have tech support.
All right. Oh, thank you. Well, how are you two?
Oh, you're the host now.
Oh, I'm the host. Well, if you want to take some time, that's okay.
I'm sitting here writing notes, so I'm good. I figure I'll just keep doing what I'm doing until we get back.
I have a SAMHSA grant that's due today, so I'm going to try and sneak
Oh,
that.
there's Tracy.
There's Tracy. Oh, good.
Oh, yay.
Good.
Oh my God, Everett, those SAMHSA grants are beasts.
Oh God.
I mean,
You know what?
you seem
I got
you
a
seem so
federal
calm.
appropriation from Senator Cantwell.
Oh, congratulations.
Wow.
I got
awesome.
Look at here, y'all. Look at them. They're back.
Back. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm really excited about that.
That's wonderful. I just sent the.
I told my board this is never going to happen again. So.
It's saying that it's gonna happen in.
We had-
15 seconds still, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the internet cut off and now the computer is about to.
Oh, the reboot. Oh, we thought it was
Yeah,
the
I know what
reboot,
it's
but
for.
that was just the last signal. Okay.
Nothing happened.
Well, I'm glad. that-
I'm glad nothing happened. Okay.
Okay.
So the impending doom didn't happen.
I'll
All from
write
the-
it down here. Okay.
Yeah, let me go to.
Still, let them come in and see what happens.
Oh,
So the reboot didn't happen. That's a good thing. It
I'm
gave
gonna
us a
disregard
note.
the help.
It gave us a note, but we're still contacting tech just in case. So
Oh, so you don't want me to take back the tech message?
no, just we still need to figure out how we can do the presentations and everything. If this is not
Oh,
going to
I know,
We had a few-
I know how to
I have
get
one
the
more.
presentation.
Do that, but it shouldn't be like-
Round it out.
should be,
On. I was also trying to catch us up on time.
email and all that to go straight to the.
Okay.
So that's why.
This one will literally take a minute.
you know, just-
Awesome. So for this next exercise I have, it's very simple. It's called our mystery drawing. It's just to tie everything together. So I'm going to give you a set of instructions and you're going to interpret it any way you like. But we're drawing again. There's nothing too extravagant. It's just gonna be lines and curves. You all on the screen are more than welcome to join us if you would like. So I can't tell you what we're drawing, but I will give you instructions and hopefully we'll figure out what it is. I would like folks to start with 5 lines.
What did you say?
5 lines.
Okay.
And my instructions are going to be vague on purpose. On the very last line to your right, however you did it, that line gets 3 more lines, but going the opposite way. Your next instruction is whatever line is in the middle, draw half of a circle from end to end.
You said half a circle?
From end to end. And the next one, on the first line or whatever is to your most left, draw another half circle, but only halfway through your line, not from end to end.
Oh, yeah, I get what you're getting us to do.
And the next one, the line right next to the last one that you just made an edit to, add another half circle. And then now give that circle a leg, just one leg, just one line. We'll see it from here. I don't know how you all got it, but I was having us write the word pride.
Not at all.
I can see it. But mine doesn't look like.
Yeah, no.
I heard that you understood what we were doing. Did you?
Yeah, but you know what? I thought you said to put the half circle from top to bottom in the third letter. So I
Okay,
saw
you
that
said
we were
that
trying to
was-
do pride, but or third line, but I did pride.
I've done this before with you, then it was just hard because no one actually does it parallel to each other. So I had a wild guess. Thank you, everyone. That was just to round it out. We started with a piece of paper. And now I hope that you're feeling a little more open to the space and in a little more happier, lighter headspace before we dive into all of the nitty-gritty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, very much. Are there any comments or?
Thank you.
I'm so happy that you work with youth. It makes me miss working with young folks. So thank you for all that you do. It's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I think those were the least painful icebreakers I've ever done.
Yes.
So I get more, the younger they get, the more fun I have with painful icebreakers.
Anybody online? Comment? Okay, thank you again.
I'm sad not to be there.
Next time.
This is fun.
Thanks for including us.
Well, after that wonderful adventure, we're going to spend some time, staff is primarily going to lead us through some discussion
Is this the presentation now?
Mhm.
Okay, so pull it up.
points. So we're going to turn it over to our staff and they will carry us through the next period of time, and then we'll take a lunch.
Well, folk, can you hear me well online? So I have a short presentation, and we hope also to be able to answer any questions that you may have, especially for commissioners that are new or well, actually for everybody, but certainly for the new commissioners, this is going to be a good moment for you to kind of review and revisit what the commission does and how we do it. And we also want to ensure that we answer any possible question that might have arisen throughout the time that we have been together as a commission, because oftentimes, excuse me, the role of the commission can be kind of murky. You don't quite know, are you doing work, or is the work that you're doing, you as a commission, is the right work, or are we going too far, or are we going to not far enough? So the idea was to kind of revisit what our commission does and what is the what the commission's foundational documents, the act that establishes the commission, among other things, what it is that they authorize us to do, what we've been up to, and what we're looking forward in the future. Now, I'm glad that we have at least 2 of our 3 legislative representatives online, because then they can also clarify anything that has to do with the intention that the legislature had to, when establishing the commission. So I will focus more on the executive branch's vision for the commission, right? And what the commissions do within the executive branch, right? And again, I'm super happy that the legislators are here so they can clarify some other things that the legislature might have thought as part of the intentions to establish the commission. So with all that, what is the commission? A quick agenda for what we're going to be doing here is just to guide our work, and so you know what is coming up. So a little bit of history and the mission and the vision. The mission is established, well, we'll talk about that. So a little bit of what, the history of the commission, a little bit about what we've been up to, and then what we are looking forward internally. So these are not necessarily like our legislative priorities or whatnot. This is more of what happens behind the scenes, okay? So yeah, next, thank you. So a very short history of the commission. Community leaders advocated for the creation of something to ensure that the voice of LGBTQ Washingtonians was present during the policymaking process, whenever that happened, and in whichever level of government work that happened. And if you want to know the nitty-gritty of that work and where it all started, I would recommend that you have a conversation with Matt, because he's very, very familiar with the years of advocacy that GSBA led, as well as Equal Rights Washington and a bunch of other coalitions and groups. And I don't want to keep naming because I'm gonna miss 90% of it. But honestly, Matt can tell you all about the behind the scenes that happened. And I'm pretty sure that I got you to put and Marcia as well. But it was, the work is the result of years of advocacy on behalf of the LGBTQ community in Washington to have these established. Our wonderful Senator Wilson, Claire Wilson, because now there are a few, but Senator Claire Wilson, who is with us today, was the one that introduced legislation to create the commission, and that was in 2019. The commission was established in that year, and the governor signed the act in May 13th of 2019. And so that would be our birthday, right? When the governor signed the act and then it became the law. One quirky thing about the Commission's Act, and something that you can bring back to your communities, especially your local jurisdictions and governments, is that by law, thanks to this law that Senator Wilson introduced and bill that Senator Wilson introduced and that the governor signed, by law, Washington recognizes June as LGBTQ Pride Month. So if any local jurisdiction give you trouble for not, passing resolution because they need some kind of, proclamation or something like that, you can refer them to the bill that created the commission. By law, Washington recognizes at the state level LGBTQ Pride Month in June. So you have that as a tool for your advocacy, right? I was appointed the director of the commission in October 2019. For those of you who are kind of newish to the commission, I come from, my background is in ministry, but then nonprofits, and I was the director of the local LGBTQ community center in Pierce County, located in Tacoma, Rainbow Center. And so I was involved in part of the discussions about creating the commission, and had the honor of being appointed as the inaugural director of the commission in October 2019. And then the first class of 15 commissioners was appointed in January of 2020. And there are many of you here who are part of that first class. So you all made history. We all made history, right? As being the first class of LGBTQ commissioners, as being the first time that any state has cabinet level commission to deal and handle and think about and address LGBTQ issues. I keep using LGBTQ, just to clarify that, because the act that created the commission names it like that, but that doesn't mean that we don't include all of the diversity within our community, right? So when you see things coming out of the governor's office and out of the commission's, official communications, is always going to be LGBTQ only, but that doesn't mean that we don't expand. It's just because, legally that's our legal name as a state agency. But please, remember that we go beyond only those letters, right, to attend the needs of all of the community. And if you notice that we have missed a community and we're not paying attention to a particular community, not just because we need that. And then the first public meeting happened in February of 2020. It was a 2-day meeting. I think that Lars was the only one that couldn't be with us that day. It was a wonderful meeting up there on the Capitol campus. Actually, no, down here at a hotel.
Yeah, the governor hotel that's down.
Governor
That's
joined
right.
us for a little bit. And funnily enough, Tracey was there on the second day of the commission as part of the RAIN representatives that came to do a short presentation with us. Omar Santana was our executive assistant, that then it was changed. The title was changed and the responsibilities were changed to program manager. And now we have Tracey Carlos with us. That started in September of last year. Yeah. So it's been a challenging, couple of years, 3 years now, actually, because after that first February meeting, you all know what happened. Time stopped. We don't know what happened after that. But we've been able to weather all that and are, continue doing the work. So the mission comes straight from the statute. We actually added just a couple of identities to make sure that people knew that, that we address the concerns of the larger community within the LGBTQ. But this actually comes from the statute. So the Washington State LGBTQ Commission works to improve the state's interface with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and then we added two-spirit and intersex communities, identify the needs of its members, and ensuring that there is an effective means of advocating for LGBTQ equity in all aspects of state government. Now, as you can see and read from this mission, it is quite broad, and that's a good thing because that gives us plenty of authority to engage in conversations when there's policy issues that affect our community, and those policies can come from any place and in any form and in any, through any agency or anything from transportation where life works to, healthcare to school boards and things like that. So, so that is our mission as stated by the statute that created the commission. And then the vision, so what does this mean? To be more concise, so what does it mean that the commission does these things? We have what I refer to as a consulting role, right? So we have a consulting role within the governor's administration. Whomever is in the governorship, right? They're gonna be coming to the commission to ask, what is going on with the LGBTQ community? What are the things that are happening out there with your particular community and how can we address them? So we consult with the governor's administration, whomever the administration might be. In this case, obviously, it's Governor Newsom. We advise the legislature and the governor's office on issues that affect LGBTQ, the LGBTQ community. So oftentimes I do get calls or texts or emails from legislators asking, we are about to introduce this bill or we're working on this issue. What do you have for us? How is the LGBTQ community feeling? Or do you have contacts for people in the community that are working these issues from that perspective? And then we connect them with the appropriate, resources to inform the legislation or the executive order or whatever it is that the governor or the legislature need from us. We collaborate with other commissions because our work is intersectional. So we are always in collaboration and communication with the Women's Commission, with the Commission on Hispanic Affairs, the Commission on Asian Pacific Islander Affairs, as well as the Commission on African American affairs. And now with the Office of Equity, we also work in collaboration with them. And we also work with the Governor's Office on Indian Affairs. So it is an all-encompassing, intersectional approach to the work. When they have issues that they know are going to affect LGBTQ Washingtonians that they serve, they check in with us and we do the same with them. So we collaborate in that sense. And recently, actually, a really great thing that is happening is that throughout the Heritage Months, both for ethnic communities as well as for the LGBTQ community and Trans Remembrance Month and all that, the other commissions have been posting things about that particular ethnic identity or women's rights and women's issues, but then celebrating LGBTQ folk within their own groups and communities, which is absolutely wonderful. There is no veteran or disability commission, so we work with the business resource groups for those issues. So we do collaborate with state and advise state agencies. You have no idea. All state agencies come to us asking us to check in, their forms or their guidelines or their projects to ensure that LGBTQ Washingtonians, whether people that they serve or people that work with them, are, that there are guidelines to include them and that serve us are correct and culturally competent and things like that. So we get, we engage in those conversations all the time. We do propose changes to current laws, work on expanding laws that, that continue protecting the LGBTQ community. And we support the statewide LGBTQ Business Resource Group, which is RAIN, as many of you know, the Rainbow Alliance and Inclusion Network. It's very important that we understand this difference, though. The commission is not RAIN. We are not their bosses. We are not, overtaking them. We support the work that they do because they're part of our community. I am the executive sponsor, not because I'm the director of the commission, but because I'm one of many of the members of the cabinet who identify as LGBTQ. If I'm not here, or if I didn't want to be the sponsor for whatever reason, they would ask another member of the cabinet. So my role as executive sponsor is not because I'm part of the commission, it's because of my LGBTQ identity within the executive team, right? So that's very important because if people out there ask you about, how is the commission working with RAIN or what are you doing for employees or whatnot, we don't do that. We support them and they maybe ask us for questions or things like that, but we also provide them space on our website for their website, but we don't guide their work. So keep that in mind, okay? And then we help with agency accountability. And this is a really good one because we've caught a couple of agencies not following the rules or not implementing the laws that they're supposed to, or having trouble understanding what the laws are. So that's very important. And also with accountability, even though we don't have jurisdiction over local jurisdictions like towns, counties, cities, school boards, but they do respect, the commission. So if something is happening there, a call, an email, a letter reminding them of what the general laws are in Washington, that usually does the trick. Not all the time, but sometimes, most of the time. Okay, next one. It does not mean we do not, by statute, have enforcement authority. So even though I can remind people on jurisdictions what the laws are, I cannot, do an investigation or things like that. We don't have that authority as a body. However, we do know who has the authority depending on the case that comes to us, right? So if there's a school that is banning books, which is happening more frequently than you might think, we don't have authority to let them, to make them put that book back. But as I said, I can send a letter. If they don't respond, then I can go to the authorities that do have jurisdiction over those sort of things. And we are working with some of them. We do not have competency training. So if you are looking for trainings for your agency, those are not us who provide that. That would be for the public, the agencies that exist within your county, your city, the community groups that exist out there, or private consultants that do these sort of things. We do have a list of resources. So if you're looking for an agency that provides LGBTQ training in your area, we can provide you the information, but we don't do them ourselves. And if you are part of the government system and want something from that perspective, that would be RAIN who does those things. We do not have grant making. We are not a grant making agency or offer scholarships, but Pride Foundation and the GSBA have wonderful scholarships, and we do know of other agencies. And I see that Utopia got something for, I don't know. I saw another agency that is doing scholarships too. So even though we don't provide monies for LGBTQ students or groups, or we do know where a whole lot of resources, economic resources, live within the state agencies to do this work with community organizations. So we can put you in touch with them, or for students, we can also refer you to agencies that do that, but we don't do that. And we do not replicate or replace the work of local grassroots organizations. So many of you do work for grassroots organizations and for activist groups. We want to continue that great relationship that we have with most of these groups and repair whatever has been lost and create new ones. But we don't want to replicate the work that you do. We want to be informed about what is happening and see how we can support you in the policy making stage, right? If there's something that can be addressed through policy, whether it's executive action or legislation.
Can I add to that, if you have something going on in your organization that you want to share out to the public, let us know and we will put it on our newsletter. And that's the newsletter. The purpose of it is to get the information out to the community. That said, I also encourage everybody to share the newsletter so that we can expand that out, because there's going to be times where we want to share something like if a school board is having a meeting about a book banning, we want to let the community know so that they know that if they can see whether or not they can go out and speak on the issue at the meeting. So spread the word so that we can expand it.
Thank you. And finally, we cannot do anything that is not explicitly established in statute, right? So if you have a question about can we do this or that, or can the commission do X, check in with me. If you are going to represent as commissioners, this doesn't apply to the legislative advisors, but to the commissioners. If you are going to represent the commission because someone invited you to speak on behalf of the commission, keep these things in mind. You can always check in with me. Some of you have done that in the past, and I really appreciate that. Oftentimes, it's pretty broad what you can talk about and how you can engage the community in your role as a commissioner. Just ensure that the audience knows, as a commissioner, this is my message. Now, if they invited you on both, on your personal or professional role and as a commissioner, just make sure that people understand what their role is, because it changes a little bit, right? But you can do that. And I actually want to continue seeing more commissioners involved in these sort of things and boast about being on the commission. So put it on your professional bio, whatever it is, let people know that you're a commissioner. That's absolutely fine. And if you are invited and you are not sure, just check in with me. Okay, so the next one is the vision, which is the vision that most of you on this room adopted when the commission was established. And this one is always up for revision. So whenever the executive committee or a commissioner feels like we need to revisit this, this is something that you can propose for a meeting to have a discussion about, changing the vision. But the vision that we adopted 3 years ago is that the Washington State LGBTQ Commission envisions a state where every two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex Washingtonian of any age feels safe, supported, and empowered. And as you can see, it's also quite broad. We don't define what empowerment means for you. We don't define what safety means for you. We have those conversations internally. And that wonderful picture there is the picture of the current rainbow flag that we raised, and I am saying we as a commission because it was our work alongside with RAIN and Capital City Pride. But that was the flag that we raised this year, which is the Intersex Inclusive Progress flag. Okay, so next one. Lars, press the button. Thank you. We have legislative advisors, and you are familiar with these, but we have Senator Claire Wilson from Auburn, and Representative Nicole Macri from Seattle, and then the next one is Representative Skyler Root from Walla Walla, and we have a vacancy on the Senators Republican caucus. So as per our as per the act that created the commission, we are supposed to have one representative from each, one legislative advisor from each caucus, partisan caucus, and each chamber. So that would make 4. So 2 senators from each party and 2 representatives from each party. And that'd be wonderful. Yes, Senator Wilson, I hear you.
Well, I would just add, I do believe they have to be philosophically aligned with the work of the commission. So just because they are in the other caucus, that is not alone admission, if you will, to advisory role, which is why you see a vacant seat in the Senate.
Thank you so much. And the other thing with the appointment of the legislative advisors is that it's not done by the commission or by me or by the governor's office. It's made by the respective chambers. So the Speaker of the House appoints the representatives, and the President of the Senate, who is also the Lieutenant Governor, appoints the senators. Okay, next one. Thank you, Lars, for taking over. Our current executive committee, as many of you already know, is made up of Marcia Butzer and Gaya Tupuviena as co-chairs, and then Kelly Baroga as vice chair, and Alvaro Figueroa as our secretary. And then the next one is just the list of commissioners. Jack Archer, whose term ends as of the end of this meeting, and they didn't seek reappointment, just to let people know. Dustin Best from Okanogan, Lars Erickson, who is helping, thank you. Toby Hillmeyer, who's from here, Olympia, Matthew Landers from Seattle, Everett Maroon on connected through the internet from Walla Walla, Ranulfo Molina from Skagit, Joseph Ross, for whom this is her last official meeting of the commission as well. And she's from Tacoma, yay. Stephen Sawyer, who also lives in Seattle County, and Alicia Sterner, who lives in Vancouver, Clark County. So those are your commissioners. That's a picture of the first meeting. Some, as you can see, some of the commissioners didn't return for different reasons, whether not seeking reappointment or the governor's office appointing other folk. And that's it. And then the next one. So very quickly, I'm not gonna go through each one of these things, but I wanted to show you that we have done work. Now, the legislative session accomplishments, those are only, the ones that we worked with the legislature to pass. But you heard that we have done a bunch of other stuff that doesn't have to do with legislation. And that's important for you to remember and to bring back to your communities, because oftentimes, and with all respect to the legislators who are doing a wonderful job, oftentimes people forget that the governments in the United States are made up of 3 branches, right? So our agency lives within the executive branch. So when you bring an issue, even with the legislators, bring an issue to our attention to work on some sort of policy, we first check with the policy folk at the governor's office. And then if we determine that legislation is needed, then we go there, right? Now, if the legislators, especially our legislative advisors, come to us because they have an idea, then we partner with them and make the idea happen, right? But when it comes to the day-to-day work of the commission, our primary focus is the executive branch and executive actions. And then after that, then we work on legislation when needed, which is all the time, right? But, so again, I'm not gonna go through all the actual bills and legislation that we worked on, but you can see there. Next slide is from the next session. As you can see, was a slightly longer list because we were already established and people already trusted us and wanted us to work on a bunch of different things. And then the next one, again, I'm not gonna go through each one of them. This year, we also were able to accomplish some things through legislation or through executive action. So executive action, for instance, is some of the budget appropriations that the governor's office has included on our behalf. We consider those executive actions as well, because even though the legislature approves or rejects the budget, the action of adding that to the governor's budget is an executive action. So keep that in mind. Okay, so again, I'm not gonna go through the list. The list is on our website, so you can check each and every one of these things. Yes, Senator Wilson, see your hand.
I just wanted to add, I don't think it's on there, but the other thing we passed was the ability to pay individuals with lived experience for their work on work groups, commissions, and other class 1 groups. And so as we move forward, that went into effect in July, which should also increase our visibility and our involvement and participation in state level work. And I just want to thank y'all for that support, but also say it's a great opportunity to engage in policy and in conversation statewide. Thanks.
Thank you. And I have to say, our legislators reach out to us. Like, you might not see, but Senator Wilson is always sending me emails or connecting me with people that have reached out to her with issues. The same thing for Representative Macri and the same thing for Representative Rood. So we are always in communication, and we know that their time is limited and that they have responsibilities outside of the commission, and we are really appreciative of the work that all three of you do. But I wanted to make this statement and to let the commissioners and the public know that they are always in communication with us. We have tried as much as possible to have like regular, at least to catch up twice a year. Sometimes it's difficult because we're all busy, but we are always in communication. So keep that in mind. So again, all the laws and all the things that the complete list is in our website, so you can check each and every one of them. And I do have some updates on the authorization to pay for lived experience during my report. So I'll go into that during my report. Next slide. So that's where we were, where we have been so far, and then what are we looking forward internally, right? Remember, like I said, this is like the internal things. You as a commission set our agenda in terms of policy, but we also have to ensure that the agency runs. Just a couple of clarifications in terms of how the agency works for everybody here. Because it's only right now 2 staff members that staff the commission. People often think, like you have to do every single thing. Well, for the most part, yes, that's true. However, we contract with different agencies within the government, within the executive branch, that provide other services, right? So HR is through the OFM, the Office of Financial Management. WATEC provides technology.
Well, but today it's been OFM that's been providing technology.
A combination of the OFM and WATEC. We contract. So remember that, because for instance, one of the questions that we had was like, can we have commissioners' emails? Technically, we could. The quote that we received was about like $700 a year per email. And our budget is limited. So this year we're also checking in and getting some more quotes and see if things have changed or things like that, or sometimes things change and guidelines change. So we'll see how we can do something like that. But that's sometimes when you ask me for something that is like admin stuff, sometimes it's me who provides it, sometimes it's Tracey. So how does the newsletter happen, Tracey?
The newsletter is usually you'll come through and put together a draft. And then I go into, you send it to me, and then I go into the computer system and put it into bulletin form and get it ready to send out. Sometimes things come to me and I'll suggest them for the newsletter, and we'll add them in somewhere, but for the most part, it's a collaboration.
So, I put that out there just so you know, like we do have to run an office and to keep things, going on. The other thing that I was going to say with admin, like for instance, the newsletter, for instance, is a service that we contract with through the communications office of the governor's office, right? Like, so things like that, we contract with different state agencies that provide that service.
Yeah, we pay for the service.
And we pay for the service. So keep that in mind. Always. So one thing from the act that establishes the commission, we cannot ask for donations, but we can receive donations. So if someone says like, how can I support the commission? You can answer, well, you can donate, because you're not asking for donations. You're just informing them that they can donate. Yeah.
Do you all manage the content for the website, or do you
Yes.
check that out? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and we both do that as well.
Yeah.
That's why it hasn't been completely updated. We use more social media right now. Yeah. So what is next internally? Some of the things that you have raised as commissioners, right? In terms of onboarding and having processes and things like that, because again, the Office of Boards and Commissions, they onboard you on many issues, but then there are many internal things that we have to figure out as a commission that the Office of Board and Commissions is not going to be able to provide to the commissioners. So those are some of the things that we're working on right now. Right now, Tracey is collecting information about processes and procedures that we have followed since the commission was established, and is creating a manual for whomever comes after us, has a reference on how to set up the room here, right? Like,
Yes, this will be going into the manual.
yes, how to process when we have interns, and how to process the HR issues for interns and things like that. So where is the coffee, and where are the coffee mugs, and why don't we have none? That's my issue today. Things like that. We are working on an onboarding process that is also going to be a manual for the commission, right? So new commissioners, so the staff and whomever the executive team is for the commission have a manual that they can refer to and walk through new commissioners so they feel comfortable and they know how the commission works. It's probably going to be an expanded version of this presentation or something. We're trying to streamline processes because, of course, we were a new office, right? We were a new agency. We had to learn how to do everything. And Omar and I, when we started, like we neither one of us came from government work, so we had to learn about public meetings and that every text that we send is subject to public record. So keep that in mind. We established, some of you, especially the new ones that know these, but some commissioners were so excited and they wanted to connect through social media to start thinking and talking, and then we realized that we cannot do that. So things like that, that we are trying to streamline it and ensure that the processes internally and with the commissioners, that works a little bit easier. And then we are, and you'll hear more about this during my actual report, but we are trying to expand our staff and add at least one full-time staff member, right? But that's through some kind of like funny, alternative, creative ways of requesting money. Nothing illegal, so just like creative ways to expand the type of work that we do, but also as we do that, also showing the need to have more people as part of the team. So those are some of the things that we're doing internally. The last slide is just our contact information, which you hopefully already have. But we have about 20 minutes, right? For questions, conversation.
I'm gonna turn this off.
Concerns, like what surprised you, or any question that you may have. And if the legislators notice that I missed something that is from the legislative perspective, feel free to jump in as well. So yeah, an open.
Manny, could I just add that we do have an LGBTQ caucus
Yes.
that's bicameral between the House and the Senate. So along with the commission, there are members of both the House and the Senate and folks that work with stakeholder groups that get together on a regular basis during session to make sure that we are aware of all the bills in committee that impact our community. And also that's just an important piece as we move forward, the work we do to try to make sure where it can be companion bills on both sides, we can do that. And if not, we make sure we get the ground ready for any bills that come to the other side. So I just would add that piece.
And I do meet with the chair of the LGBTQ caucus early before, well, not before session, usually right when session starts, we have a check-in, and I'm invited to their meetings as well. And if the governor is invited to be part of the meeting, I meet with the governor prior and to the meeting. So this is a collaboration, right? So we're not by ourselves here. And yes, we do. I do check in with the chair of the LGBTQ caucus of the legislature prior to session, so we have our plan. And that doesn't mean that we agree on everything, right? It just means that we coordinate and ensure that, you know, we are not in each other's way to advance LGBT equity in the state. So, yeah. Questions, conversations, like, yeah.
I guess maybe like an expansion on the, what is this called? The manual.
Yeah.
A manual. Is like documenting the history in I guess a fuller sense, where, because this was created and implemented during a pandemic, right? And that we did not, we're not prepared for it. And I feel like documenting the history also is like cementing all of the important work that folks did, you know, individually within their communities, and so that future generations remember, right?
Yeah, if you guys have anything you want added to the manual, please just let me know. It's really just a work in progress. It's going to always be growing. And so if there's something that you think you want to check to make sure we have, just let me know. I'll let you know whether or not we have it. If we don't, we can work on it.
Yeah, like a lot of times we don't document like the hard relationship building that happens, right? And the lessons that we learn from it. And possibly like make it easier for like whoever you pass it on to. It's also like documenting relationships that you hold, right? So that it doesn't stay with you or leave with the person.
Yeah. Because this is, I mean, it's historic. Washington is the first state that has a commission at this level. So yeah, we need to keep that history. And then the makeup of the commission as well. I mean, look around and look at the diversity, right? I mean, yeah, we need to keep that and record that, because we don't know, especially you see what is happening nationally, we don't know how many of our identities and realities are going to be covered up and denied and erased. So we need to ensure that people know that there was a group of brave LGBTQ Washingtonians that, you know, were here, that are here, and are going to be here. Yeah. Other questions, concerns, things that—
I was just going to say, we're also the largest commission. You'll see that the other commissions usually have only 8 to 10 members, but because of the diversity and because of the intersectionality, that was a critical piece of the work, making sure that we were in fact representative of the very many of us across the state, which I also think is really important to hold on to. As you said, Manny, with the title of the commission almost feeling limiting.
And just to let you know, Representative Macri had to leave for another meeting.
I heard the good news of maybe another staff. Talk a little bit.
So yeah, I can share a little bit here, but I will share more during my official report. but we are making some budget requests to do a couple of projects. And then we recognize on those budget requests that extra admin support would be needed. So there are 3 budget requests that we are working on, and 2 of them we're asking for extra monies within that budget for each one of those budget requests to fund half of a FTE. So that would make 1 executive assistant or program coordinator. We're not quite yet what the role is going to be, but the idea is that we have an extra person on staff that can then provide admin support, because we don't have any like admin support right now. Even though Tracey does provide a bunch of admin support, I also do a lot of that, but we should have someone that can basically run the office, right? And do the day-to-day operations of the office. So we're trying to figure that out through those budget requests. So they can, administer those programs, but also provide some support. Yes, Toby.
If that was successful, like what's the timeline? Like when would that be approved? For what year? Like
July 23.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
So, that actually, the budget process for the state is really complicated. And so really, and I kind of had a question. I know you're going to give your report out, but so the governor is pulling together, he's asking questions, his policy staff asks questions right now. And then agencies have to get all of their requests in by usually August sometime. September.
But they changed.
They did. I think it is August.
Oh, did they?
It might be
Okay.
August. And he'll unveil his proposal in December. So, there's a long time, but in the meantime, he'll start to sort out how he's prioritizing things. And then it goes through the legislative process, and then, yeah.
So I'm just trying to clarify, we're talking about the budget that would be like next July?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I guess my question really is, this is the moment when you start to get questions from the governor's office on, and none of us can get ahead of that process, but are they asking questions? Are they coming to you looking for, because that gives signals on what he's prioritizing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, they are asking questions. And as I said, the process changed, which is one of the reasons why we need some sort of internal manual, right? Because the OFM just assumed that all the agencies know what the processes are. And it's like, we're new, we don't know. So, which is fine. It's fine. It's like,
How many times I contact them going, I'm sorry, I've never done this before.
but so the process this year, we were asked to submit preliminary budget proposals. Those were due on July 1st. And again, because all this is new, I almost missed the deadline, but I caught the email reminder, and I pulled a couple of extra hours, and I was able to submit the 3 budget requests based on some of the conversations that we've had, but also one of them based on the governor's own desire. And again, I'll go into detail about this, but the governor's own desire to have some sort of youth voice present in the work that we do. So again, I'll give more details there. And Senator Wilson, if at any point you have to leave and you want to hear more about this, because I know that you are very interested in the youth voice, this commission, I can give you more details offline, in case that you cannot make it to my report. But yeah, we are really excited about that. And that is the kind of thing that, yes, sometimes we ask for things, and sometimes the governor's team says, hey, can you take the lead on these? Because, whatever. Yes, Senator Wilson?
I was just going to say, along with the budget or the legislative requests or the packages that come, a lot of work happens outside the commission too, just with our regular stakeholder groups like Disability Rights Washington, the group ACLU oftentimes. So that's another thing that we do is when I have a lot of stakeholders coming from outside, it's not saying the commission's the only way through, but making sure they're connected with individuals and the work of the commission, so we make sure we have the broadest voices and the broadest representation. So because a lot of times the work is a piece of a larger piece of work, and we need to make sure that within the legislation we are inclusive in our language and in our process and procedure and in the law. So just thought I would add that in.
Thank you. Very true. And also, there might be instances where, because of the nature of the commission, we might not be able to partner with a community advocacy group, right, on the issue. But that doesn't mean that we're not moving behind the scenes, ensuring that people are aware of the issue and aware of the conversations. It might be that just because, of our standing as a state agency, we might not be able to publicly support something or reject something. But if we understand the issue, if it's something that we understand that is going to impact our community, we engage in conversations. So I don't have any example off the top of my head right now, but those sort of things happen. There's a lot of conversations that happen behind the scenes, right? Beyond the conversations in the public meetings. Oftentimes, community groups get connected with us, and they're working on a project, and they didn't realize that the commission is here and can help in amplifying that message, amplifying that need. One example that I can give you about the working behind the scenes that you probably think, oh, they already forgot about this because there's no legislation about this, but it's the LGBTQ certification. There's a lot of for businesses. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of things that happen, and a lot of things that are currently happening that are not public because these are conversations with stakeholders, conversations with the powers that be, strategies on how to address leadership. So there are many things that happen behind the scenes that I'm always happy to give you an update on, but that don't necessarily make it to the public meetings or, because we're a working agency. And we also don't want to overwhelm you with, 20 pages of reports. But there's a lot that happens. And honestly, I love my job. I love what I do. I love the fights that I have with everyone, because out of those fights, in quote unquote, actually, comes a lot of understanding, a lot of things that I didn't know or that the other person didn't know, and we grow in those conversations. And we notice the passion that we bring to the conversation, to the issue. And my husband is the one that works with the frustrations. So don't worry about that. And I hope that you have someone also that can support that for you, your own circles and your own networks. But yeah, I love the work that we do. I cannot speak for Tracey, but I'm happy to have her on my team. And I'm happy to work with all of you to advance LGBTQ rights.
Like I tell everybody, this is the best job I've ever had. So I'm very happy here. You're not getting rid of me anytime soon.
We still have 5 more minutes. So you can either ask more questions or make a comment if you want. And if not, I'll just pass it to, yes.
I have a question. Earlier you were talking about like the newsletter, getting information, and there's lots of things happening in Southwest Washington. Great things, and across the spectrum, not so brilliant things. What exactly are you hoping for? Because I can send 20 pages.
If you have events that are going on, like we were advertising the Pride events, but things go on year round. If there's if I'd thought about it, I would have included Oasis's gala in our newsletter. If there's things like that going on, we can let people know. If trainings that you're doing, if we get enough information, I will break it up into county or and start putting, in this county, this is what's happening, or region or something. I have no problem having a 7-page newsletter personally. Because most of it is, if you're sending it to us, we're going to look at it, see how to make it fit but most of it is just going to be whatever you send us. So send us in the format you would want it, like if you have flyers or things like that. I can spend a whole day putting together the newsletter and just make it my Thursday or Friday activity if that's what we need to do. Being aware that Thursday night is the deadline to get things so that I can put it together on Friday.
Thursday noon.
Thursday noon, okay.
So
I also think it doesn't have to be, just on you, right? If there are things that you would like to support with and folks want to take on,
yeah, so if there are things happening in your region that you would like for the commissioners to distribute, because the newsletter goes out to the community, right, including you. So if you have things that you think would be beneficial for the general public, don't assume that the people who read this live only in Thurston County. This goes out to the whole region. To the whole state. So if you have things that are happening, like workshops, meetings, or things like that, that are happening, activities that are not for profit.
Yes.
So send them to us. We will make the final, call on whether or not that belongs to that newsletter or not. But if you want to share with the other commissioners, you can also share that with us, right? Like this is only for commissioners or whatever it is, because people out there, right? And it might be that that's the best content. But if it's something for the commission, ensure for the newsletter, ensure that that Tracey has that by noon on the Thursday before the week that is happening. So
And I have
the newsletter on Monday morning.
Monday morning at 9:45 a.m. I have a personal goal of getting it so that almost every LGBTQ person in the state has some way of accessing it. Right now, it's accessible on our webpage, it's accessible on our Facebook page, and we have about 170 people subscribed. I want to see 1,000 people subscribed. I'd love to see more than that subscribed, but we need to spread the word about it because we're still growing.
They're paying good money for that. So.
Yeah, and that's one of the things our interns have been working on all summer, but it needs to be more organic.
So I know you all have limited capacity because that's just reality of being a government employee. Things like tabling at events, that's something not for you all to do, but like as a
commissioner. So we don't do, because we don't provide direct services, we don't go to events, with literature or things like that. Just mostly because it would confuse the audience, right? Like, what are you doing here if you're not providing a direct service, right? And it's a little bit difficult to explain how we work in that sense. However, we do support RAIN, and they go to local pride events, for instance. And if you want representation from government entities or something like that, RAIN would be the right person, the right agent, not agent, the right group to reach out to, and you can reach out through us, certainly. Mm-hmm. And we work with them. We have even supported them financially if there's a fee.
And I'm on the outreach committee for RAIN, so.
And if you're interested,
that's literally what I do.
If you're interested in bringing that information to your, region, and you are going to be present at an event, let us know, because it might be that they, that they want you to carry some things with you on behalf of the commission and RAIN. So, that partnership will be good too, and it will be new, so we need to figure this out. But I think that we can partner in that way. But the commission itself doesn't go to events to table. Yeah. So we have received invitations for specific commissioners to be speakers at places, or events. So that is another thing, and I hope that more people reach out for more commissioners' voices to be in more places.
as much as I appreciate like how we are amplifying like our respective work, like the events that happen in our region, like I'm curious how we can use the reach that we have collectively, right? To go to the people, right? I feel like there's a lot of missed opportunity. Like for example, like Southerners on New Ground in Atlanta, I don't know if they do it anymore, but they did this thing. They help every year. They have a debate, right, around like the issues that we face as marginalized communities, and just had folks like battle it out, and be as creative as like coming up with solutions, and similar to what we did in school, right? Understanding that that's also a way for people to build analysis and to reach common ground around some things, especially around issues that we don't know the answers to and that super uncomfortable. So we leave it to institutions to handle it, right, and make it worse. So I'm curious, like how we can have space for more of that, right? Because we don't have to be there, right? It can be left to be planned. We don't have to be participating, so it's not a meeting, right?
We add that into our discussion.
Okay.
Got you out.
Keep in mind, you have to speak up so everybody can hear.
Just suggesting that we might add this into we have a space for a long discussion a little later in the meeting.
You're right, sorry.
No, not a problem. That's how we, sorry, I say it, roll. Okay.
I'm good, Madam Chair.
Okay, so here we are at this point about to have lunch. However, I just want to know, Senator Wilson, are you able to stay with us? Because we want to offer you a few minutes just for any comments. That comes a little later, but if you can't stay with us, we might really do it now.
Yeah, I need to jump off at 12:30, and I guess the only thing I would say is just the continued focus to keep the state of Washington safe and to make sure that anyone coming in or out, just in specific related to the recent Roe v. Wade, is something that we're really working on. And just from the Senate side, have two leads, Senator Dingra and Senator Cleveland, chairs of criminal justice and also healthcare, kind of coordinating the efforts, whether it's around a constitutional amendment, whether it's around additional security and privacy, and also talking about data privacy too for patients and providers. So those kinds of things, and as we think about slippery slopes, really are top of mind for most folks. And that's really what I would have to say. That and issues related to gun violence and community safety are top of mind for most folks, but you'll see some work on that coming back over the legislative session. And this is a longer session, so you will see things moving not quite so quickly, and also some opportunities for new dollars. So as the commission moves forward with whatever their package is going to be, my hope is the budget provisos will follow what your hopes are as well. So that's really all I've got, unless anybody's got any questions for me. And I apologize for having to jump off.
No problem. Any questions?
We're just grateful that you and Macri were able to make it, because we know they are busy engaging the constituents. So thank you so much for your work and your advice.
Well, thank you so much for all each of you do. And I just will say this next session will also continue to be hybrid. So we will have the opportunity to testify in person during committee, but also virtually. And I think that changed the game for a lot of our decisions that were made across this last session. So all the committee rooms have been rewired, and the deal right now is they're just trying to figure out what equity of voice looks like between those that come in person to testify and those that will virtually be there. But I just hope to see your faces on some of those screens, be they early learning K-12 or be they human services, Department of Corrections, whatever. behavioral health, mental health services. We have so much need. And then the last thing I'll just say is 988 suicide prevention hotline. The national number is going live tomorrow in our area. And it'll be a 24/7 access and support for individuals who are struggling. And the hope is it's one of those investments that will provide the support that we know so many people need, but have been responded to via police. And this is really the beginning of our investments there. So I had way more to say than I thought, but that's it. And I know you probably have got more information in that vein as well, as we think about substance use disorder treatment and all of those things critically important for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Senator.
We'll now move to lunch. How about
Okay.
that? Lunch it is for us, and we'll return here for work. Let's see, just about on time. But,
What time are we returning, please?
12, let's see, what am I gonna say? About 12:45, 12:50 at the very, 12:50 it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
staff and committee reports portion of our meeting. I am going to go over to our fearless leader for his manifesto.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Oh, wow, I
Um,
can't spell it all.
You know, one of the things that I love is that we can actually see each other and read to some extent, visual cues for those of us who can do that. We challenge. But it's one of those great things that we can do here that it's a little more complicated to me online. Excuse me. So I'm really happy to share with you things that the commission has done. This is our first time together in this hybrid format, and to be able to be in community with you. You know, I'm a Latino person. We need the touch with the hugs, the be there with each other. So this is actually giving me a lot of, I don't know, feelings, positive feelings. So I'm really grateful that we are able to. Also, because this space and these offices are new. So, we were ready to move into this space on 2020. And then everything came down, it was difficult. So to be able to share the space with you after 3 very challenging years is really a great thing. So this is your space. Remember that, because if you want to have a town hall or something like that and you need us to help you with that, this is your space. Literally all this equipment, it was us who got it, the commission. So with the intention of having this, basic community and engage you as a commission. So that's just a preview to my report. Many of you know that I unfortunately got COVID, so I was out for about 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks, and had to miss the flag raising ceremony, which was the hardest part of this COVID challenge for me. But even with that absence, I was able to do a bunch of things this year for Pride, and I'm happy that we were able to, to be with the community for some of that. So I attended a few of the events. For Pride's fundraiser, that was great to be able to connect with the community in Spokane in that way. That was earlier in the year, but it was good to be out there in the community. Some of the things of the highlights that I want to share with you, we have currently 3 interns that are working with us, all from the University of Puget Sound. And the great thing about this class of interns, there are many great things about each one of the classes that have worked with us, but these 3, they are so fast that tasks quick enough. So all the tasks that we thought they were going to spend, the rest of their time accomplishing, they're already accomplished. That includes, very important for the commission, that includes identifying all of the current laws and protections that exist in Washington for LGBTQ, especially trans folk, and what gaps we need to close. So what is still loose there? And the LGBTQ caucus is also working on a similar project. And the idea is that we can tackle those before anything happens nationally that might affect LGBTQ Washingtonians more directly. So thank you to our interns.
Elias Thyman, Abby Laboda, and Hong Ta.
So they're working on that. And because they have been so effective and so great, we are actually collaborating with the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation and their director and their team there, Alison Brooks and her team, because they got a grant to map places of historical significance for the LGBTQ community, is mostly in Seattle, but extending to to King County. And our interns are working with them and are being paid to do that work. something that we have not been able to do. We're very clear with our interns that we're not able to provide any stipend. Our interns through the University of Puget Sound do get a stipend through the university plus credits, but now they are going to get this, extra income through that project, and they're super excited. And again, they're so effective that they probably don't need it.
Well, I've been telling them pace themselves so that they don't run out of work before the end of the month.
But this is also a great project for the community. The idea is that we see how this works out, and then that they, the Department of Archaeology see how this works out and perhaps expand it to all of Washington, and that would be a fantastic collaboration, right? So that's our wonderful interns, and oh my God, they've been so great that.
And the other thing they've been doing, and this is that they have been contacting all the LGBTQ organizations that they're finding around the state to either add them to our resource page or make sure that everything is correct on the resource page and let them know that we have the newsletter. So they've been using our Gmail account and contacting everybody that way and reaching out to the community. So they've been busy.
So a couple of events that happened these past few months, as I said, the rainbow flag racing, excuse me. This is, again, historic. Washington, as far as we know, and we're able to corroborate, Washington was and is the first and only state in the whole United States that raised the intersex inclusive progress flag. And so thank you so much to the coordinating committee. Thank you so much for some of you like Joe said who had to step up at the last minute when COVID hit. A bunch of our peers. Toby participated of the committee. Tracy was the chair of the committee. Who else?
We also had Natalie from Capital City Pride and Taja Blackhorn, who also stepped up to speak for RAIN.
Through that project of raising that particular version of the flag, we were also able to connect with the creator of that version of the flag. And we are going to be working with them to talk about intersex issues and intersex realities in the world, certainly, but also to help set the work that the commission is going to start doing with intersex Washingtonians and ensuring that the voice of that particular community is part of the work. So we're really excited about that. The other event that happened was that the governor hosted an LGBTQ youth roundtable, and we identified some youth and families that were able to either connect virtually or be here in Olympia to talk about issues that affect LGBTQ young folk throughout the state. It was a challenging and good moment to share. There are some issues that obviously the executive and the governor can take action on. There are some other issues that are at the local jurisdiction with like school boards and things like that. And so sometimes it's challenging to address some of those things, but we're working on that. So as part of that, as a result of the LGBTQ youth roundtable, one of the ideas that some of the youth had was how can we ensure that the LGBTQ younger voice is present. So our commission, at the request of the Office of Policy Office, is working on a budget request to set up a permanent LGBTQ youth council.
Council, yeah.
That would function different than that commission, but the idea is that that council has a staff that is supervised by me here at the commission, and that the work of the council lives within the LGBTQ commission. And the idea is to have that voice present when policymaking is involved. So we are excited about that. That is one of the places where half of the FTE will come from. And the idea is to have these council permanent. So we are making the first request, but then whatever is approved from that budget request will be included on our operating budget after the next budget. So the next biennium would start on July 1st, 2023 and goes through June 30th, 2025. So we're requesting $1 million to do that work. The other thing that since I started talking about budget, the other two preliminary budget requests that the commission submitted is, as Senator Wilson mentioned, the legislature authorized all boards and commissions to reimburse, or not, I can't remember if it's reimbursement or stipend, but to recognize the time and the lived experience of members of boards and commissions. And technically, as the law is currently being interpreted, all of you would qualify for that. We do not have the final guidelines. The Office of Equity is working on those. Now, qualification doesn't mean that you want to seek it out, but we want to ensure that every commissioner who is qualified to request that, that we have the money to pay for that. So the other budget request has to do with increasing our operating budget so we can have the funds to cover, that authorization of reimbursement for the work that you already do. And that's about $24,000 a year. So we're requesting about that because we already have some funds. So we just wanted to make sure that we want to be reimbursed this year. That doesn't mean that things would not change next year, or that a new class of commissioners would not be interested in that. So I wanted to put that out there. We don't, as I said, we do not have the final guidelines yet. The final guidelines will be distributed to the commissions by the end of this year. We have preliminary guidelines, but we are still not ready to start doing that. Excuse me, just because, well, we don't have the funds right now to do it. So, and then the third and final budget request that I want to share with you is the one that I'm really, really excited about because it's one of my dreams and one of the things that I shared during my interview with the governor that I wanted to do and that was necessary. And that's, we're requesting to have $1 million to do a comprehensive study, survey, research of the LGBTQ community in Washington State. And that would be, contracting with a research institution like UW or one of the public institutions that know and have the resources to do this sort of research, to do a comprehensive research on LGBTQ communities. And that's I'm calling it the mini census of the LGBTQ community in Washington. We know that it's going to be difficult to count every LGBTQ person, especially minors who live in households that might not be safe for them to say anything about their identity. But we are requesting $500,000 because we know that in order for us to do the best job in reaching out to the most communities, we need to use all resources available. And that includes not only relying on technology, but actually having people that can physically go to places where the LGBTQ community gathers, especially rural areas and hard to reach areas. Both the Vulnerable Communities Committee and the Business and Economic Development have collected some questions that are important from those perspectives to start thinking about that will go into the survey and things like that. But certainly once that we have confirmation that that budget request is selected to be part of the governor's budget, I'm crossing my fingers. I'm counting on all of you to advocate for that. But once that we have the approval for that request, we can then have a more in-depth conversation about the details that we would like to collect through that survey. Right now, the only survey that I'm aware of, there are two, the National Trans Survey but that's very outdated right now, the numbers, and that's national, so they just interpolate some numbers and say, well, maybe this is the number in Washington. And then the other one for the general population of LGBTQ.
Wait a minute, Manny. They're not all totally outdated. They've done a number since the original one in 2017. You know,
When was the last one?
okay,
This year.
well, the NCTE and then Task Force, you know, they have partnered on a few of those surveys, and anyway, we can talk about it later. But there are more
Love to
out
get
there.
access.
What was that, sorry?
There are more surveys out there. I do know Dr. Herman very, very well, and she would love to work in Washington State. So if you're going to put out an RFP or something, you know, she works for Williams Institute, and she's been the lead, you know, principal investigator on those surveys, those national surveys. So anyway, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to kind of like find the moment to break in.
No, it's
See,
good.
I did myself with a few other people, including Dr. Herman. We did a Walla Walla LGBTQ needs assessment in 2014. So I think I've maybe have sent you those data before, but I'm happy to send you those data again. If you want to see those.
And I also with the Center for Black Equity, which I sit on the board, is a national organization that work with Black Prides that have done a number of surveys and assessments for particularly LGBTQ Black folks. So okay.
We need all of that.
So the US Trans Survey is pushing it out this year. They've been stalling it since the beginning of this year, and Utopia is working with them to, as far as the report, to disaggregate data between the Asian American population and HPI. So it sounds like, it looks like it's gonna be pushed out in September. That's great. But there's also like Surge Reproductive Justice did their research on Black and Brown trans folks in Washington. I know Transform Cultures is about to launch the participatory research. Surge did one too, for community-based participatory research across the 5-state region, but concerning Black and Brown trans folks, right? I think, are we looking into a community-based participatory research or a survey?
We don't know yet. So that's part of so once that we know whether or not the appropriations will move forward, then we will sit down first with you as a commission to start thinking and actually putting together, you know, what it is that we want, how do we want to approach the work, and to what extent, you know, that sort of details will come from conversations once that we know whether or not we will have the money. So right now, because it was the preliminary budget request, so I only had to submit like one paragraph of why this was important. So all of the next step would be to actually present the budget request that has some research, right? Like I can make reference to the surveys that you have mentioned, for instance, right? And say, we know about this community because of this national survey, but we don't have anything that has been done in Washington, or these are the numbers, and whatever it is, then we use that to justify why we're requesting this money. Once that happens, and is put into the budget, then we sit down and think about the details and what type of process for request of researchers and studies and whatnot we want.
Yeah, I know Alphabet Alliance of Color did one too, but in King County, mainly around people of color, but we're trying to do the broader population. Maybe that's something the interns can work on, is like compiling all of the research that has been done in the region.
We might have another intern this fall, so that might be a good one for them.
So we can also do like a meta-analysis with the new research.
So folk, yeah, that's the idea with that, you know, $500,000 request. So send good vibes to the universe and the governor approves it. Because I think that is very necessary for us to start, you know, doing this kind of work as a commission. Because if you remember, one of the objections to having a commission was that there was no data now we're gonna have the data. And we're gonna go to all the agencies and say, here's the data. And it's not just data that was collected from a national survey and then, interpreted by region. We have that and it's good. And in addition to that, we have our own data here for Washington. And the idea is that the information that we collect is comprehensive. So it's not just how many queers live in Washington, but also what are your needs? What are the needs, of rural communities, and how do they differ from rural communities? And where are the pockets the pockets of community services, and what are the deserts of community service areas and things like that. So I want something very comprehensive. Now, how it's going to work, I don't know, and that's the next step once that we have the approval of the budget request, and then we work together to create that, whatever that might be. Because I don't really know what that might be.
How do we get philanthropy to support it as a backup?
We cannot
We don't.
request money, but we can let them know that they can fund part of that. And there are ways of doing that. So remember when I told you that we contract with services? So one of them is the contracting, the person that deals with our contracts. So that person will let us know what the details of the details of the contract, what those have to be, that sort of thing. In terms of the type of service, survey, that's something that we pick. But then the office of, our contract person would give us the details about
The scope.
the scope and can we split these funds into 4 different things, and where can we go for private and public institutions to put money in addition to what we already request. So yeah, this is a lot of money. So other than that, I also wanted to let you know, we have been working with some of the families that you have probably heard, at least I know that one of them made it to the news. There was an assault on a trans student in Collins County. And we have worked with that family to put them in touch with the services that they needed, legal representation in particular. They were part of the conversation with the governor, and other cases that you may or may not have heard from the news. We have been in touch with most people, or they have been in touch with us. It depends on what happens and where it happens and things like that. But we are, for the most part, aware of what is happening and the violence that is happening out there. So yes, a bunch of great things, but also a few challenging things that we have been. Other than that, my report. Since you have any questions here.
I have one question. Who's the policy advisor in the Gov's office that?
Rachel Davies.
That is your
policy advisor. Yeah. We can work with other police advisors depending on the issue. So she's our primary contact, but like for instance, right now we've been working with police advisor that focuses on education.
I forgot I was facilitating. Do folks have any other questions regarding our executive director's reports? Any points of clarification before we move on to our committee reports? Anything from the folks on the virtual?
Everett. It's just Everett.
Oh, just Everett. Oh.
I'm just me. I'm just one person. I'm good. Thank you for asking.
So we're going to move on to some report backs from the Vulnerable Communities Committee.
We don't have committee reports this time from the committees because we disbanded them, reconfigured them, so we only have the executive.
Okay.
Okay, so we covered.
This is great, but was there any further work, or did the committee stop at that point? We did meet one more time, but I reported back at our last meeting and we haven't met since. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, there are no updates from the committees. We can move on to our next order of business. Our legislative advisors are not here. But yes, time for our executive committee report.
All right, so the executive committee met regularly for our schedule. Always like to report that. We reviewed the plan for the June flag raising. We've all heard about that. Obviously, it went well. We reviewed the budgets, those were mentioned as well. We also spent a considerable time thinking about our work or committees or structuring ourselves, which will be the next big discussion today. And also, we attended to some changes in the Public Meeting Act. Just heard about them. We also obviously prepared this agenda with everybody's help for this meeting. So that's it.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So we don't have any updates from our legislative advisors. We can move into new business.
So committee structures and membership areas for it.
And this is where we can have a fuller conversation around what to do with our committee structure and what areas of work we need to, I guess, add to or remove from what's currently there. And what does public participation look like in these committees? I know we've had trouble getting folks engaged. We were in a pandemic and it's understandable, but with things moving slowly back to normal, we definitely need more folks from community, right, to do this work so that we're not doing it all. And also, what does accountability and mutual support look like for the folks doing this work, and how do we show up for each other, right? We can start with the current committee structure and membership. It can be an open conversation.
Yeah. You know, we've all been talking about our committees, and then we formed them, and then we moved on to different structures and talked about work groups and all that sort of thing. So we decided that at executive, we would open the floor to full discussion here at this retreat to talk about how we want to structure our work, whether it's committees or work groups or combo or anything like that. If we did, for example, set up some that even asked for membership today. And then also finally, as you mentioned,
Speak up.
oh yes, speak louder. Too many years. Okay, so committees or work groups or whatever we might want to have to get our work done, that'll also entail, obviously, what work do we want to focus on and do? Is it the same committees that we had before or something new? And then see if we can translate those into membership, give it to them, and then also a discussion about accountability, for example, as it's stated in the operating agreements and any other accountability, which could include, as we discussed, how we help each other stay on track, because that's been one of the issues we haven't been able to discuss too much. So first, should we open the floor then to committees, a discussion or that idea?
Yes, it'd be nice if we had a whiteboard.
The one we have isn't movable.
The what one?
The whiteboard we have isn't movable. But I do have something. Hold on,
You
I'll be right
can
back.
put up a whiteboard on the internet and use Google Whiteboard.
Or I can get some
Sticky
paper.
note.
Or that.
Bring the
Kick it
one in
old
my-
school.
Bring the one in my office.
Okay,
We need to keep the records.
yeah,
So the paper is best.
all right, cool.
You can keep it on the whiteboard. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm technologically challenged.
That's fair.
Because I have no idea.
It's a good tool. Sometimes.
And then you have to take this back, like, to our organizing groups.
Can I say? So, we wanted to do these sort of conversations on the flag raising day, and then, you know, I was sick and Dustin was sick, and so we had
Good housekeeping.
we had agreed to have a plan by today. However, because of that, obviously we couldn't do it. So the idea is not to review what we already did. You know, we already talked about the challenges. So my invitation to you, I mean, it's your work. I just do the other part, but my invitation to you is to move past the challenges because we already know what they are, and start thinking about what is needed to move forward. And I say that on the one hand because we're streaming this, so we don't want to seem too much into the same things and repetition. But also because I think that if we stay thinking about what doesn't work, we're gonna stay there forever. And I really want us to continue doing the work in an effective way. So think about what would be effective instead of what hasn't worked, so we can move forward with the.
You can use the window too. I think it's a
And
post-it.
Josette, I know, for instance, that Commissioner Ross, I know that you are stepping out of the commission, but I think that your voice is still important because you also are part of this. And to the new commissioners, for sure, it's important to hear your concerns, your ideas, and, you know, what your vision, your role in the commission.
I'm more than happy to start the conversation by being a little bit vulnerable and giving a suggestion. I had no experience with state government or any kind of board or commission prior to my appointment here, which was an enormously proud moment for me. But I was sharing during lunch that it was very overwhelming for me the first 2-day session that we had. A suggestion that I think would be helpful because there's such a variation in experience on the commission is just like onboarding commissioners to the commission, onboarding them to whatever kind of work you move forward with, whether that's committees or work groups, just a really general, like, this is what we do and this is what you can expect to devote for time, you know, how much time should you spend? Here's some tips and tricks. This is what it means to be on a committee or a work group, what we expect from you. It's sort of just a basic orientation. I think would be super helpful for folks who haven't done it before.
Don't judge me with my spelling. I think that's a great idea. And like, what are our expectations of each other, of this work? Especially when there's conflicts, right? If there's conflicts in community that seeps into our work. That's a beautiful place. And we have a lot of people on the commission that has a lot of that expertise. We learn a lot from Matt. And like, how do we create this document so that we can help like future commissioners? What are other like pre-committee work? I think the suggestions we can talk about the suggestions, right?
So I would just jump in and say, I like the idea, particularly around structure, that we fit the subcommittees based on need at the time, so that it's not something that we're continually doing and there's not active work that has to go on and you lose people and then it's hard to get them back. So by creating these subcommittees, you know, at need, and it gives them a group of work to really work on, to, you know, to draw people into their passions, right? And to keep them engaged, hopefully through the work.
I love that idea.
Conversation is open, just respect, that's all, but I wondered, and that would that entail just finishing at some point? I mean,
Yeah. So that it would have, you know, some purpose, have a start date and end time, and then, you know, can kind of conclude.
What kind of process, like, is there a process that has to happen to like formally end a committee? Does that, do you make a recommendation as a committee annually or some kind of a review to end one? Or does it just sort of find its natural conclusion?
I wonder part of the system would be creating city language, like a charter. I don't know what it'd be at the state level, but it's that from start, like why, what's the purpose, the mission, if you will, the plan of action with the potential end date. Not saying it has to sunset, but with the potential, is every talking about a 4-year, 6-year, 1,000-year, because they're done, like whatever it may be. So it's more of it's creating, I think, ultimately what you're saying is having that process. So it's a systemic process over time that then you're able to roll into, like, all of a sudden marriage equality across the country is gone. I'm sure that will be something we will pick up, right?
Yeah, I also see these handling like call to actions, right? Like, and especially like around bats and bills, or things that we're always like just boggled down with during the session, right? But like, yeah, I think more conversation needs to happen around the committees, as far as like, we had, what are the committees? Yeah, we had vulnerable committees, we had
Economic development, children, youth and families,
Health.
health and wellness, and yes, and BIPOC. Was that? Yeah, that was right.
Yeah.
Like it.
And just on a staff note, if we can have whoever is the chair have the contact information for all of the participants, so that if there's a change in staff, it doesn't end up getting lost in transit, because that was part of the issue I ran into when it was all given to me, but some of it disappeared. It's just the way things happen when you're onboarding and things. So just a suggestion that we with organizing, that there be somebody in charge of keeping track of who's on the committee.
Let me ask, are we settling on committees or work groups or something like that?
What's the functional difference for those of us with less experience?
Well, no, we're all in this together figuring this out. A committee would be usually in the past more formal structure with a chair and with officers and so on, as part of an organization. A group might pop up to handle an immediate sort of situation. We have both ideas available to us. But what do you think?
It's kind of like some of them are really, really strong. I think some of the groups are really, really strong. So having, those, and particularly since we're always addressing, right, and that those be more formal committees, and then, creating work groups after that. But
we're gonna go to Everett.
Hi. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was going to be the only one trying to do this through online. So I feel really like, hi, everybody. I can't be bothered to come to your meeting. But that's not what happened. I just wanted to say, for me, in this context where we have members of Congress right now, on their social media, encouraging people who own firearms to hunt down LGBT people. I don't know if you all saw Representative Green's tweet this morning, but the context right now is very dangerous for LGBTQ people. And one of my priorities for however we set up our structure, if we call it committees or we call it work groups, I guess I would lean toward committees. I want us to be able to have a very fast response if something happens on the ground that we need to be able to organize around. You know, the far right is doing stuff right now to create systems and networks in order to destabilize our lives and take away our civil rights. And I know we are in Washington State where we feel a little bit of a bubble, but out here in Wally World, it's a little bit less of a bubble, frankly. And my phone continues to ring all the time with principals that are being mean to kids and threatening them with expulsion, and people who are losing rights to their guardianship because some judge thinks that, you know, their identity makes them unfit. You know, these things happen out here. And so I want our committees to be able to pick up when we need to and support folks who are in some sort of situation. So, you know, I think it's fine for us as individual commissioners to go ahead and talk with Manny and Tracey and get through to the AG's office if we think we need that, or the OSPI office or an ombuds office. That's all great. But at the committee level, this is where we can do a lot of work together. And I just want us to be able to do it quickly and in an agile way. So for me, having committees that are based around some of our more vulnerable populations within our coalition really helps us do that. But that's just my opinion, and thanks for listening.
You're right. We do need the urgent response, you know, work, but also we need the culture change work, right? Because if we keep responding urgently to issues and not get to the root of it, to shift culture, it doesn't, you know. So we need to do both. I do want to expand on what the urgent response committee, like who do we need, right? Because in King County, we already do the urgent response with like work stuff with lawyers. So how do we get that in a more formalized way across the state?
As somebody who is also from an area of the state that is not a pretty little progressive friendly bubble, we have churches who are saying the same thing within our community. Churches talk about shooting queer folks in the back of their heads as well, and we just don't have particular resources. While Vancouver is not per se rural, we're surrounded by rural, and we're the largest city in Southwest Washington. So I would agree with just having that response and supporting. I think ultimately what we're talking about, like some of the more rural areas, rural queer folks just have a very different journey than folks who are within safer cities that have maybe more protection and more understanding.
Safer, but I also want to name that BIPOC folks, right? In urban areas aren't safe, and but you're right. Yes. Laws don't keep us safe. Yeah, we keep us safe. So maybe that urgent response group can also do safety, like how to keep folks safe as far as like the law.
So that would be one of my questions for you. So how do you envision that type of work? Or actually, I have several questions and things in my mind right now. So on the one hand, the primary responsibility of the commission is policy, right? Which certainly doesn't affect the day-to-day lives of people until it's implemented and enforced. And we also want to ensure that people have access to information about what is happening currently, right? Which is what I see that urgent response need. So internally, Tracey and I have talked about how can we build this network that receives, for instance, our newsletter, that we can then have emergency calls to action when they come, right? So, which is one of the reasons for the newsletter. Okay, so we have that, but what other things a committee that addresses urgent things would do that would not put those people in more danger. So, because my concern is, if the commission can only communicate what is happening and perhaps send a letter to a local jurisdiction where we don't have we or the governor's office or even the legislature have the authority to change what is happening there, both in the law, let's say a school charter, and in culture. If we don't have that authority and that power, and we send out information about what is immediately happening, we might even cause more harm. So how do we, because we might expose a family, we might expose a situation. So how do we both ensure that we are active in communicating what is happening, while also, staying within the things that we can do? I'm not opposed to this. I'm just trying to figure out how we are going to navigate the situations so we don't put other people in danger, and at the same time we address the situation.
I think sharing, creating. So we had the Safe Alliance, right, during the campaign around the bathroom bills, and you have a lot of experience with this, working with GJL and doing all that work. And that once the campaign ended, people were just left to, okay, we're done, thanks, we don't need y'all's help anymore. And we keep doing that during our campaigns. We use our communities, and after we don't engage with them anymore. And that's what we need to do, and permanently, right? We need to, I would say, institute the state coalitions that we already had before, right? And I know we still have connections to those groups. Safe Alliance still has a page that is not monitored. It's kind of sad, but I don't think our role would be to push out information in that way. Our role is to collect information that it will be readily available to people who need it, right? And whether that's working with legal orgs or folks who've done the work in those areas. And so that when somebody calls us or reaches out, we have, folks that have gone through it, and we have that documented, right?
That makes sense.
We have a comment that Everett wrote on here, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't missed. To be clear, do you want me to read it, Everett, or do you want to go ahead? To be clear, I'm not trying to divide between responsiveness and policy. Policy is based on what the reality is. Our reality is quickly changing because of political pressure. If we are set up around work groups around a specific issue, we may be less well positioned to take on an emerging policy issue. I didn't want to lose what was said there.
Oh, no, yeah, I didn't think you were doing that.
Did you have something first? I'd like to speak.
Sure.
My comments were more kind of building off of what Alicia started with a couple minutes ago about the structure, and we need kind of that structure and the guidance, knowing what we need to do. But I think I've seen in my committee work and a few times with the larger commission that an over reliance on formality and procedure has absolutely hung us up and really divorced us from the community when we speak in really flat, even tones on procedural sentences for a long time, when we have to go through formal things. For the whole commission, it makes sense. The committee work, the structure is super important, the background, knowing what we can do, what we should do. A common framework across all of our work, common expectations, super important. But I might caution against being overly formal to slow us down, and I think really build on Everett's point, hamstring us additionally in a moment of urgency, even when that issue is one covered by a standing work group or commission, or committee, sorry.
Does that include formalizing, no, maybe not formalizing, but having more of an emphasis around creating relationships with the folks that we need to build with. So a lot of those relationships are centered in King County, Pierce County, and not outside.
I would say that's not, that's not quite how I was thinking of it. I was thinking of more the rules for how to bring things on, the rules for how to discuss things, motions and voting and all that. That was getting a little bit too much in places where it didn't need to be. There's a time and a place for that, but I think to keep the community involved, it needs to be a little bit easier to actually talk.
Yeah.
So I sometimes I struggle to understand, help me out with this. If we create something that was a hybrid, that was sort of constantly in the background, listening, working, here's where it gets a little, but it would be perhaps always with us as one of our creations, watching the community, listening, that also is big, but it might be very useful if you brought to us emergencies for us to deal with in other ways. I mean, that might be one structure of such a thing. I'm having trouble seeing how we could build something that would work out in community like some of our previous committees tried to do and did do under the rubric of emergency. So just on that one word rubric committee, what are your thoughts?
I have so many thoughts, because I think that one of the challenges that I have right now is that you're brilliant, and then how do I distill all this brilliance into something that Tracey and I can put in practice. One thing with the structure of committee, the procedures of committees, one thing that I have learned from our Attorney General, for instance, is that committees have, if a committee of a commission is authorized to make a decision, to make a decision, then those meetings must be public, regardless of whether or not there's quorum. So right now we announced the executive committee meetings. We haven't decided anything, we haven't taken a vote on executive committee, but we are complying because we, on our calendar of meetings, that meeting is announced, so we are complying. We're also complying by not taking any decision on committee, so we don't expose ourselves to any, public record requests or anything like that. And because of that, we have the ability to talk more openly and with less, rigorous rules than what we do here on public meeting. That model can be the same for any other committee, especially because other committees are not authorized to make decisions. They gather information, engage the community, and bring their ideas for vote in public. So you can be more flexible with your structure and the type of conversations that you have on committee, which vulnerable communities have had very serious, confidential conversations where we don't want people's identities to be revealed, or even jobs sometimes, depending on the type of job that they do. So it is possible for a committee or a work group to not have enough commissioners, so you don't get to have quorum, to put their own rules. If you want to be very structured, you can. If you want to be very loose, you can. So there's that. So please take that freedom. With the urgent response type of approach to the work, I am thinking, I have two conflicting thoughts. On the one hand, I think that the commission can be a great agency, a great communicator to the larger Washington community about an urgent, action that needs to be taken right away. call like recently, call Kent School Board because they are doing it. We can communicate that. My concern is we want to approach community groups and create those community relationships as an institution, as an agency. My challenge is, even though I'm an employee of the government, I'm still a queer Latino man with an accent in Washington. And there is a discomfort with my community approaching a state agency. And I want to honor that, and I want to respect that, and I want to recognize that that's a reality regardless of the makeup of the staff and the commission. So it would be really hard for me, even when I do feel the passion to do it, but it would be really hard for me to initiate any type of coalition building, being a representative of an institution, government, that has historically been the oppressor, right? So I want to ensure that the way that we do government is transformational and different. And it would be really hard for me to take the first step to bring these coalitions together. But I think that it would be very efficient if we are invited and we touch base with the coalitions and then ensure that they know that they can send us those urgent calls. So we can call the commissioners for an urgent meeting, to address an urgent thing, to see how policy can be done, but also send out the invitation to take action on behalf of whatever coalition. So I just wanted to name those things because, yes, I know that we all come from the grassroots organizing, but we have to recognize that we here are working as a state agency. And there comes some sort of distrust, rightly so, with the way that governments have engaged all of our communities in our realities, in our identities.
I also think that's also comes from lack of relationship building, right? Because with the vulnerable communities committee, we saw communities show up based on the relationships that are already here, right? I understand like the whole, you're right, we shouldn't formalize it as coalition building, but I think a way to get around that formal structure and having people just organically support one another is what happened during the pandemic. People built mutual aid networks, right? If a committee is like, if our job is to connect mutual aid networks across the state and have them build their own relationships, right? And use us as a mechanism, then it's easier for them to share information amongst the networks, right? And knowing that we've convened and so maybe that's our role as a convener, right? And anything that's like urgent can just flow freely between those groups because it's already been built out and they still are doing that work even after the government has like, halted funding and halted services, right? What do folks think about that? And if we're gonna do government, if maybe our role is to do government with like efficiently with other commissions, right? Like how do we share information between all of the commissions and actually do some more work?
One thing I was going to say, one of the things we can do with public meetings is call special meetings. So if we have an urgent issue and we say, this is the issue that we're going to discuss, as long as we stick within that issue and we make it public, we can have a meeting. We just would have to schedule something. I would have to get in and do the YouTube and make it live so that it's public. We'd have to advertise it so that it's public, and we can do it. But we have to keep in mind that with anytime we're doing a public meeting, it has to have time to be advertised. It has to have time to get set up for people to be able to participate. And it has to stick to the topic that we say we're going to do. Because once we get outside of our regular meetings, special meetings can only be for the one item or whatever items we put on the agenda. We can't go outside the agenda at all. So we can do it. It's just, it's tricky, you know? And so we just have to keep the rules in mind, and because the Public Meetings Act is the Open Public Meetings Act is the one thing that gets watched the most by Washingtonians.
I think what we're relying on is the committee work, right?
Yeah.
Committee serving as conveners in community.
Yeah.
But not
the agency.
Yeah, not the agency.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Can I ask folks to generate a couple of examples? I think it would really help to have some like,
yeah.
Are we talking about an urgent response to an assault happening, or an urgent response to a politician who said something and we want to put out a statement about it, or an urgent response to suddenly needing the governor to take action on something?
Well, I'm not necessarily thinking quite that. I'm trying to think about multiple levels, right? So I think those are good examples. Is that Toby?
Yeah.
Said that? Okay. You know, your heads are all like this big, you know? I guess one of the things that I think that is so potentially transformational about this group is that we as people on the ground have a much more direct conduit to the state government than we would have as non-commissioned people. So, you know, when my county commissioner, you know, threatens people who work in public health, you know, I then contact Tracey and she says, here's the person to send the, you know, the video of that meeting where he threatened people. That's a specific thing. We don't need a committee for that, right? You know, but there's a power in that, that, you know, if we didn't have this commission, you know, Clint would just get to threaten people with more impunity. But I think, you know, Senator Wilson and I talked, and she told us in our May meeting, in our June meeting, that there's going to be some work coming up in this next legislative session about trans refuge bills. So if parents are going to be prosecuted in Texas for, you know, parental abuse because they're supporting a trans child, that we will write a law, or at least write a bill to allow them to take refuge in Washington state without extradition and without you know, complying with subpoenas that may come from the state of Texas. That is a policy change that I think we would want to, you know, at least mention if we continue to have a family, children, you know, committee or something along those lines. So I'm thinking about those kinds of things that we're going to be doing in Washington state that are in response to, you know, the degradation of civil rights in the rest of the country. We don't have to go all the way to Obergefell falling down, you know, for that to be a concern. There are lots of other things that are happening, you know, that we may want to respond to at the committee level. And, you know, I know, as several people said before, I think Stephen was one of them, we had a lot of great, you know, public support of some of our committees earlier last year and the year before. And it's just, we could have really good conduits, you know, in a fast, you know, moving environment. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about when there's a law change somewhere else, if something happens in Idaho, and then we're going to get hit with a bunch of stuff on the eastern edge of Washington because folks are coming in, you know, that's something we should think about. How do we help support that work? Because we have that conduit right into the state government.
And for me, I was thinking more, not necessarily like a committee, but like a short-term work group to set up a system that when things pop up, or pop off. That there is like, when I heard we have, like, what you said, 175 people on the email list.
Yeah, about that, yeah.
I'm like, where the heck are our allyships? So like, I know if something pop up around like voter disengagement, I can call the League of Women Voters in Clark County and they will practice allyship for queer votes. So we pay that navigation. So
I can answer that a little bit. We haven't had enough people sharing the fact that we have the newsletter. So that's the kind of thing we need, the organic.
Part of that structure, right, is amplifying and getting more folks across the state, I think, engaged. So when, right, we have a system, so when we have a response, and I don't think we can figure that out now, but I think you have a work group that can maybe figure out what that looks like with those guidelines, because we're not going to speak on everything, because we'll be doing it 24/7, 365. But here are the main things that we, focus on. And it could be a combination of amplifying allyship. It could be, I don't know, it could be a number of different things. But without a system in place to watch that that's not overly governmental, then we're just grasping at straws most of the time and we're always playing catch up.
I'm thinking more like, it's not like, yes, there's a system that becomes a system because these networks have already built relationships with each other, right, and built trust. Like you have the relationship with the, I don't know, the Alliance of Women, and right, and I don't have that relationship, right, as someone who's in a different region. And I think that's what we don't have is we don't have a mobilizing force here in Washington. We don't. We not even in any county. But we know that during the pandemic, mutual aid networks were mobilizing community around something that connects us all, which is our basic needs. And I think we can tap into those. Because the same people who are doing mutual aid networks are the same people, organizers who are doing grassroots organizing.
Is it possible that we may have two committees already proposed, two groups of two things? One would be the urgent response thing. The second would be, I think, vulnerable communities. It sounds like one we need to keep. Just thinking along those, just on the question of having these things. Why?
What are vulnerable communities? Like women are vulnerable communities and we don't do enough work with, and we know with Roe v. Wade, it isn't just about women, it's about autonomy, bodily autonomy, which connects all of our movements, and we're like distracted going here and there.
I was going to suggest for when we do start having our working communities and our work groups, and as we bring in public participation, we should have like some type of system where like once a work group is working, we designate someone to partner up with the public or the person who's walking into the community and just kind of like be with them for a month, maybe 2 months. So that way they feel empowered and comfortable to speak up within the committees and really bring themselves fully into the work. Because I think often when we're just walking into a committee and we're just like, okay, and do the work now, we enter this imposter syndrome and then we're just like, okay, I don't know how to go to like break Robert's rules, right? Because Robert's rules upholds white supremacy. So if we're bringing Black and brown Indigenous folks into these committee work or work groups, then what kind of system are we doing to make sure that we're empowering them to do the work? So
we're not speed dating, but like bringing it in to like try to fill out things like an open close kind of meeting.
Yeah, like maybe like a one-on-one partnership with someone who's already like doing the work in the committee.
That could be part of the onboarding for committee members, onboarding committee participants. So there's just a structure there for anyone who's new to help them feel supported and walk with them if they don't have a ton of experience, but they have a lot of passion.
Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about like, are you also talking about someone who is just like coming in, feeling things out? I don't wanna, that's not what I'm interested in.
I was more thinking about that, sort of thinking just like walking alongside with them as they like are navigating through this work of community and being a part of this commission as well.
When they're already like all in.
Right.
Is it possible that's our third possible committee, onboarding?
Mentorship or onboarding.
Something.
I want to take a step back for a second about some of the thoughts I've had about committees and the work of this commission in general. And I feel like some of the most effective work that I've done as a part of this commission has been those moments when like Annie has reached out to me and said, there's a situation going on with this state agency, they want someone to talk to them about this. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's me and one other commissioner. But like, then I get to go and yeah, with the status of being a commissioner, be able to like talk to people, have my perspective heard, and help kind of like shift and change how things are being done. And the second I start talking, my boss calls me. So I have to take this, I'll be back in a bit.
We'll give it, I still don't know what it was about.
I'm curious. I feel like we're almost 3 steps ahead of ourselves. I feel like there's a piece of you that's thinking, what is it we want to accomplish in the next couple of years? And maybe that's how we approach this, because there's always going to be something. And we are one of the most diverse social identities in the world. We touch over every religion, ability, race, economic life. So there's always going to be work to do. And there's always going to be this urgent response, unfortunately. I'm wondering, and maybe there's something even back further. I just feel like we're a few steps ahead of ourselves. Well, this is all brilliant. It's hard. I guess I'm just sitting in a space that I feel like there's 99 problems and I'm not sure which one I want to navigate and think about first. And so if I understood, and our mission is so wide and so broad, which is brilliant. And if we're kind of understanding our true north, I think it's helpful then to say, okay, here's our true north for the next 2 years, whatever. And here is what we need to put in place to start traveling to that true north, which could be a combination of long-term committees, could be a quick work group, could be a number of different things. Yeah, so I'm feeling just personally a little stuck in that space right now.
I think, to me, what I'm hearing is that this ties in well with what Stephen was saying. And so in the last 3 years or 2.5 years on the commission, what I've seen is that we go through a process where we set our legislative priorities, we set our policy areas. So maybe that's the work we start with. And then once we have those priorities set, then we work on our ad hoc committees for the next year. Because we see what areas of need, what gaps there are, which areas we need to focus on based on the priorities that we've set as a commission. And I think that is in line with what you're saying, not the cart before the horse. You know, we're setting up what's important to us, what we see on the horizon, and then what do we need to set up as commissions or work group or committees or work groups to handle those priorities.
Yeah, you're right, and we don't have values. Do we have values? We don't have values as a, like, you know, principles operating from, we just have a mission vision, right? We have values of relationship building. But I think also Roe v. Wade threw a wrench in our priorities, our list of priorities, right? Like, so do we also look at our current priorities and
you can do 2 things. from my perspective, you can set general areas of concern that are urgent, right? So these are the things that are happening nationally that we have to prepare. And these are the things that are happening at the state level that we have to prepare for, which usually match, right? And then you can create a couple of ad hoc committees or work groups or whatnot to address those. And then the list of legislative priorities can be a second tier of ad hoc work that is set up once that we select the actual legislative priorities. And the reason why I'm suggesting that two-tier type of vision is that the first one is going to be there for a long time. So the work needs to be, looking at beyond legislative session and not focus necessarily on how can we address this through the legislation, but through a legislature. But, to keep in mind, so we let the governor know these are the things that we have to keep in mind forever, right? And for the time that you are here and the commission is here. And then the second tier is, okay, these are the actual things that we are going to be passing this year, that we're going to be working on, and that we're going to be, encouraging the community to take action on, that talking to the legislators on. And I think that would actually make Tracey and my work easier too, because then we can compartmentalize, one, create those national alliances, being part of that national conversation and focus on that, feed the information to you so you can feed it to your communities. And then when the legislature convenes in Washington, then we immediately put together the ad hoc committees. So you're working on that particular issue for those 4 months. That makes sense. So, and that legislative time, you can be very effective having 3 or 4 people working on one bill and building those connections and having town halls. And, the truth is that Tracey and I can certainly have general town halls, but you can host a town hall on a specific issue that you are the expert on behalf of the commission. So we can use that as a tool, right? And then at the national level, then I can be present at national conferences and national, conversations and things like that, and let you know what is happening nationally to address those issues. And that committees or those committees that we create for those national issues or broad issues can work on more, long-term strategies. So that's in terms of the actual day-to-day work, that can be a model.
That's beautiful. That's a lot of work for committees that don't have relationships, right? We don't want to do this where we want community to come in and do it, right? And help us do it, but us looking to them to tell us how to do it, right? We don't have I think relationship building is very much needed across the state between people who are not part of the 5-5 corridor. Because we can't continue to hold relationships as people, individuals. You know what I mean? Like, we can continue to move all of this out, but if people aren't like showing up for each other in a different way, except for because out of self-preservation, then we're always ending up in the same place.
What I'm failing to understand or see, I guess, from what you've shared is how is this not part of that community building? Or maybe I'm not understanding, because what I see, for instance, with the larger, structure for us is a way of integrating those voices that are working at in this case of this, from the state, because of things that are happening nationally. So for me, it's a way, not the only, not the only way, but it's a way of continuing building relationship with groups that are doing that. It's just that in this case, it's just this group having that structure, but that doesn't, in my head at least, it doesn't interfere with the community and with inviting them here and with us, you know, engaging with them on what they're doing parallel to what we're doing internally. I don't.
What I'm saying is we're engaging with community, but they're not engaging with each other.
Oh.
Okay, that makes more sense now, hearing it that way.
Say that again.
We're engaging, so all of us come to the table with different relationships, right? Like we, right? And we're engaging with community as a commission, but individual communities, right? And they're not engaging with each other.
Yeah.
Across the state.
Yeah, across, yeah. So how do we use the relationships we have here so that to convene those are, you know, respective communities to talk to each other and to build with each other?
When was the last time we did a stakeholder analysis?
Haven't.
I think is ultimately what you're talking about. With having like a stakeholder analysis.
Because it is true, we do have, not with all, but with many organizations and community buildings and I mean, community groups and grassroots organizers, we have, for the most part, at least a respectful conversation, right? Not everybody supports the work of a government agency, again, but we do have a respectful working relationship with many. But it's true, many of them are not aware of what the other is doing, or in instances are actively working against
They're undermining each other.
each other.
Because they don't talk to each other, they don't have a relationship, they don't build analysis together.
So we could, oh, yes.
No, I was just gonna say probably the same thing you're gonna say. I said, much like when we do when we build our boards, right? We build a board, we build a matrix, right, of who we know that needs to be at the table and then actively engage those individuals to come around the table. And I think we can do the same thing with committees, particularly from your structure, right? Because we're building those committees based off of legislation that we have moving. It's active, it's something we can have people come in, get involved in, but we just need to identify them, like have some matrix as part of that process. It's like, these are the people that we know need to be at the table. And then, you know, also engaging those people when they come, like who else, you know, needs to be at that table. And because I think we have to make that concerted effort to bring people in if we're gonna get that level of collaboration, right, across it. So.
I think this is what we're doing is a microcosm of what happens at every coalition is that we bring them together. We expect them to have a shared analysis, shared agreements, and expect them to do the work efficiently. But it ends up where people's values are compromised. There's you know, betrayal in the community because we didn't build relationships with each other. We didn't do the work needed to build as people before we did the work. And I think that's what's happening here. Like we still haven't even like had, you know, a real conversation around like what are our values as individuals, as people doing this work. Where are folks' analysis? Because if we don't have a shared analysis, all the work that we're moving individually is gonna undermine each other's work.
With all due respect, I think we did have that conversation a while ago when we first started. We have not renewed the conversation and we have several new members. So we haven't done that since we've seen, you know, new commissioners come in. But, you know, I think that it was a huge portion of our first inaugural meeting that was about our values, what we thought the values of the committee or commission should be, you know, why were we here at the table? What did we want to do? I love your vision of the world. I really honestly do. I think every time I hear you talk, I hear you describe a really hopeful, emancipatory trajectory for us. And I just want to make some space here and say that I deeply, deeply appreciate that. I'm coming in here as a pessimist and a realist. And I think that I want to get to where you want to be. I will help you in every way that I can within my power. I just always also think that we need to, there's not a trans group in Walla Walla. There's not a pride group in Walla Walla. We have people go out for beers once a month. That's what happens in Walla Walla. There was a group, that's been trying to do work for youth in the Tri-Cities, and it keeps getting dismantled. It keeps falling apart. We're not even at the place where we can complain about our lack of building relationships. We need entities before we can have relationships between entities. It's literally like me and a few other people out there. And, it's a very, it's not, I hate that we're in a different place than you are, and that you're in a different place than where you want to be. But I think if we're talking about committees, we have to accommodate more variance across the state.
I think we don't need entities before relationships, because entities are made of people who hold relationships with people, right?
Okay.
And the reason why I talk like this, because I've seen it work. It happened so many times in BIPOC communities, right? Where we put relationship building first, and it works until we screw it up for each other, right? Until we either destroy our movements or build them up. And I think, like, for folks who are in Walla Walla, if having a network of like us moving more resources from King County and like more resource rich like areas to those areas, then that's what can happen if we have those networks. That isn't so policy heavy, that's just on supporting each other's basic needs as a way for them to build trust, right?
I think so many communities, I think, to Ever's point and coming from Clark, it just looks different than King. It just looks completely different. And while we have a very, I think, the folks I can only say in Clark were, fairly connected and still working out all the lovely grassroots kinks within that. It's a very different environment than, say, if folks who are from the Seattle area or folks who are from Spokane or even, Walla Walla. So I think it's.
Which is not to say it's easy in Seattle. Definitely not.
I'm not denying, yes. I'm not denying that, right? It's not easy anywhere. And it just looks different. And so part of this work, if we're creating equity within the queer community across the state, we also have to use that equitable lens when we're doing this work within our said communities as well, where maybe more of that trust building needs to happen, in certain areas, and in other areas, like, we have that fairly good, because if we don't, like, somebody's going to get hurt at Fred Meyer's. And so I think as we're doing this, making sure that each one of us as commissioners can also amplify and use that equitable lens within our community as we're amplifying some of these grassroots things that, you're talking about as well. Because it just looks different across the state, it is what it is. But it's yeah.
So I don't know what your region is like, right? How do you share that information with us so that we have a landscape scan, right, of what people are dealing with? And I've done regional work, Alaska, Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. It's very similar. Rural people are coming, like we've convened those people, and it's the beginning, it's like, I don't know what we do. And also it happens with the Trans Agenda for Liberation from trans people across the country. It's at the beginning of that where people are like, we need all of these things, but if we don't convene folks to tell us what it's like in their regions, then how do we support each other?
That's the goal of our town halls, is to talk to everyone and find out what their needs are. Like when we had the rural economic development, we found out that a big need was finding out where to get resources like healthcare and things like that. Something that in some areas, to go to these offices. Well, they don't have a local office, so they need to know where to go regionally or what's out there to help the small dairy farmer when big dairy has affected wages. So we were learning about the different things they need specifically because we went and we talked to those people. We were building the relationships with those people and finding out their needs. So that's why I'm a firm believer in going out and talking with people and finding out from them specifically. When we went to Clark County, we heard lots of things about generational issues. That was a huge one there in Clark. And so we go to the regions as commissioners, as staff, and we talk to the people in those regions. And that's where you find out what we need to be learning about that area. Like, what's the big issue in Walla Walla? Do they need help organizing? Do they need help finding people to put together those groups so that you can have support groups and things like that? What's the issues in King County? And find out, how are we supposed to know if we aren't talking to people?
We can do the town halls. What I'm speaking to is like from here, like folks at the table have expertise in those communities.
Yeah.
And why don't we share that expertise with each other? But the town halls can provide fuller context to what's actually happening.
And I think I would add to that. I think it was said earlier by a couple of you, it not just the regions, right? Not just our regions, but when you think about Black gay folk in Washington, right? Resources are non-existent. There is none. Our agency, our Black Pride, is the only thing that's geared around Black gay folks in Washington, right? And so we have to address all the issues. Like housing for us right now is, Spokane is blowing up with trying to provide housing. And a lot of those are Black gay folks, right? And so I think, when we talk about that, we gotta look at the different dynamics. And I think we can all come together. Now, I'm not a big of, I'm an optimist as well. I think we're not gonna all agree on all of the issues, but I think there are issues, right? Particularly in communities, of vulnerable communities, right? That thread through, that we can have connection with, that we can build synergy and work together in. But we gotta recognize that I think particularly for LGBT folks, that there is a clinch pin for all of us, right? That is a critical issue that all of us are going to want to address. I think it is a matter of us coming together and saying, these are going to be our strategic priorities for this season, this time period, and focusing on those and helping, and everybody getting around that work, right? And bringing in our networks and our groups, because we represent community. We're not just sitting here in and of ourselves. We represent a whole community. and bringing that community into the work as we build these communities or something.
I agree with that, and I also agree with the commission playing a role in connecting communities. I know from my work at Nisqually, we have 29 federally recognized tribes in the state of Washington. We have several that don't have federal recognition. And the tribes don't even know what each other are doing. When Nisqually passed a tribal council resolution in support of Pride Day and Two-Spirit services, we were the 4th tribe in the country to do that out of 576 tribes. We have, the Cowlitz tribe they're just this year had their first Pride. And we're asking each other for resources because, you know somebody on Facebook, or you went to school with somebody, or somebody that's on the commission, and we're sharing information that way. But if, the commissions, I see it as serving as that hub of information and community building and connection making, I can speak from a tribal perspective, we are lacking. And we have communities that are still so oppressed by historical trauma, religious oppression. There are tribes that don't even support traditional medicine, let alone Two-Spirit and LGBTQ tribal people, because they're still heavily influenced by boarding schools and religion. So we don't even have a safe place for young Native people, elder Native people, anybody to say, yeah, I'm queer, let alone go to a Pride event in their area or get resources. They rely on their tribes for everything. So whatever the tribe says goes. And even just connecting tribal resources, it's a whole big thing. But I agree with everything you're saying, that I think there's an opportunity here for building those relationships and connecting groups that have resources that can be shared.
And I can add to that, presenting to the Two-Spirit gathering in Montana, where all Two-Spirit folks come, and trying to educate, elders on trans issues. It was well, that's not our issue. That's trans people's issues. We're not trans. Yet the kids, the Two-Spirit babies who are also trans, who live in urban areas, are saying this impacts me, right? So that's when people disassociate themselves from issues that they feel doesn't impact them, it doesn't work. And also we represent nonprofits, but we know nonprofits don't do a lot, right? And that's why mutual aid networks exist outside of nonprofits, to be able to do the things that we can't do in nonprofit. And I would say there is housing for Clarkson just secured House of Constance, which is for Black and brown trans women in Capitol Hill. And that was only existed outside of a nonprofit, right? So I think we also need to remind ourselves that the nonprofit sector doesn't serve our needs as well as government. And we should also look outside of that.
So
what do we do?
I don't know how if I've shared with you some of my own things, but being vulnerable. I'm open about my OCD. And one of the superpowers that come with that is that you can see systems and then see these things, and I need to hide patterns because that's what makes you comfortable. So I say all that because this is part of what I've been doing as I listen to the different pieces. So I don't think that we as an agency, as a group, as a body, are going to be able to address each and everything of the challenges that we have named. I also believe that it's been important for us to name those challenges, to have a record of them, and to put them out there. So those two realities live as realities and truth together. The other thing that I see is that there are a few things that we can actually do right now that is not going to accomplish all of the things that we need to accomplish, but is going to from my perspective, set the stage and have a framework so we can continue building on that. With the understanding from our part that you are going to keep working on those things and onboarding people as they come in as commissioners, so they don't, leave that behind. So some of the things that I think would be important in terms of how we accomplish part of these is having commissioners take the lead in calling for town halls for either issues, identities, regions, whatever it is that you're passionate that month, call us and let's do a town hall that you as a commissioner, who is the person that is in touch with that community, can lead. So that takes away from, oh, the government is coming here. No, it's my peer that I work with, that I know from the bar. And yet, you're collecting information so we as a body can address those issues. So that's one very concrete thing. The other thing is we can still have, ad hoc committees that are created based on urgent issues that arise. So right now we can call, even today, a work group or an ad hoc committee that is going to work on our collaboration with the Women's Commission and other commissions on women's rights and people who can reproduce, who can carry pregnancies rights, right? So that's something that is urgent. Like we need to figure out how to do this. And that's something that we can do right now, right? So the other thing that I see with the community, with the knowledge sharing, and I actually made a note here, and is to create space on every commission's meeting and perhaps on every committee meeting, regardless of how long the committee is going to be working on, to create space to hear from the commissioners, what is your community's main concern, main preoccupation right now at the commission meeting. That is not only because we each other are going to hear them, but the public is going to hear them. So we're going to have people with resources tuning in, who are going to call our office and say, I heard that Walla Walla needs this, and I have this funder ready to give $100,000. Put me in touch with Commissioner Marroy. Like things like that. And I think that sharing and holding sacred space in this commission would be very important for knowledge sharing. So those are kind of the three main things that came to mind as, oh, these are patterns that I see that can help address some of them. So anyway, and again, I'm a staff, so I'm offering these just as ideas.
Yeah, that's sort of like what I mentioned earlier around us presenting each other's work, right? The knowledge sharing, yes. So we share the knowledge sharing at each meeting. Is this the same as analysis building? Do you think that is?
Sure, I don't know what analysis is, so.
Of course you do.
Maybe, but I don't.
Well, because like if we're sharing what's happening in our regions, right? And we can have like ask questions around what is at the root of that.
Didn't know that it had a name.
Because I feel like we do share a lot of knowledge, but we don't get to the root of issues. So is this something we can do every meeting? Sharing like what's going on in your community. And then the commissioner lead town halls, right? And what is the purpose of that?
I think that it would be important. So for instance, Stephen has shared some concerns of a particular, in this case, racial and ethnic community with a particular sexual identity and gender identities, right? So what if, Steve works with us, with Tracey and I, to set up a date, a time where, using the resources that we have, because it's still a commission work, he's the one that calls out, we help promote we go to the agencies that we know to let them know, hey, this is happening, and is the commission doing it? Now, who's going to show up is Steven, and he's, the convener. Now, because it's him, because he's here, he's gonna report back to us. These are the issues that we heard. These are the things that, that the Black LGBTQ community in Walla Walla, in Spokane, it has as a priority. So we have that. And then that can also be part of the report out for the next meetings, right? And we can, in that way, we can have, there are 15 commissioners, we can have 15 town halls every month if you want, right?
Yeah, and they don't have to be in this room. They could be in whatever part of the state. And if we have to help find a place to host it and things, I rely on all of you for what's available in your area. But we can work on all of the logistics.
And it can be a regional, town hall. It can be, we recently had Queer Women Town Hall.
Yeah.
I wasn't even there because it was a safe space for women. I'm not a woman. So, and Tracey led it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do we create those spaces where the community feels comfortable enough to share with their peers that have a voice in the commission? And it can be anything that you feel is important to your community, because nothing is not important.
What's the third one?
The last one was just to have the committees, the ad hoc committees, to address urgent things. And that can be done with any issue that we identify as general, broad priorities, not legislative priorities, but broad priorities.
Like what?
Like, for instance, the Supreme Court's rulings, I'm just gonna call it.
Oh, so is that under general areas
general
concern
areas, yeah.
or emerging?
No, general areas,
General.
I would say.
If we have something come up like the Kent book issue, and we know that we need to put together find who's available to go show up at the school board meeting, we can send out a message to our mailing list for all of you guys and say, hey, which one of you are available? Who can go there? This is the time. And that could be part of our urgent messaging as well. We don't have to make only the newsletter. We could be letting you guys know so you can build the group to show up. And so that could be a way of handling urgent issues as well when they're like immediate.
Okay, and what's the mechanism as far as like information, the flow?
Those would be two different.
Yeah, they're two very different, yeah.
So for a kind of ad hoc committee, we can today identify what the broad issues are that we want to, to address because they're urgent. So you can pick whatever it is, and then we can create the committees right now, today. But today, and then that committee can decide what is the best way for that group to communicate with more people.
So all of these have community sharing information to us as a commission. And then we share it back to the community.
Yes.
But they don't share it to each other.
But if we have them as part of the different committees and we make the invitation, at least we start doing that work. But I recognize what you say, like there's still that gap of how they're gonna work with each other.
Because we shouldn't be the only mechanism for them to talk to each other, right? They should be talking to each other organically outside of these walls, right? That's my concern, is that people don't see each other as a global village, as coming from the same people, and we continue to segregate issues.
And yes, and we can be intentional in the invitations that we send out to be part of the ad hoc committees. So for instance, be intentional that if we're talking about reproductive issues, well, that touches all of LGBTQ. But if we're talking about, marriage equality, for instance, well, we need to include allies for their salvation. We need to include single people who are never going to get married because they don't want to. But how does these, removal of rights affect you? So we can be very intentional in what voices we invite, so they see that we can model the way that we want other groups to communicate with each other. And again, that doesn't address all of the challenges with communication between or amongst groups, but at least from my perspective, it addresses and shows a way of doing it. Still, again, doesn't address their own communication issues. I am a little bit concerned with, again, government agent not being happy with this, but I'm also concerned with how paternalistic it could be for us to tell them, to talk to each other. We know that because we are part of the community. We have seen it.
We're not telling them to
How
talk
do
to
we
each
do
other.
that?
We're not telling them to talk to each other. Well, it's paternalistic for us to tell them to share all of, to do all this work and to share all of this information with us. Right? That's like paternalistic for them, for us to expect people to show up, give us information, and have us decide what's best.
Oh, no, I don't think that that's the goal of any of these structure.
I want to draw everyone's attention to, we have scheduled a half hour more for this conversation. You can always make it more on our own decision, of course, but that's what we scheduled. And there's the question in my mind of accountability. If any of this is to be done, we have to be more accountable than we have been in the past.
As far as doing the work or as far as time?
Both. But we have two folks missing. But are there any other voices?
We're having a conversation.
It's hard for me because like we do, as LGBTQ people, we say we center the voices of Black and brown trans women and femmes. And sharing that voice has been like difficult because it's not often believed, right? And I will say that as someone who does do a lot of cross-cultural organizing, I don't just organize in Pacific Islander communities or have relationships in that community. I have relationships in like Black communities, Indigenous communities, and that organizing that just doesn't happen just in Washington, but across regional and across the country. And I'm not saying that just to be like, oh, this is what I do, but I'm saying that like we don't have the full picture of what our communities look like because we don't talk to each other. And if we don't have the fullest picture of what we need as a community as a whole, every strategy we come up with is gonna be short-sighted and it's
Because we're sharing. Go ahead, sorry.
So I just have a little trying to process that, but would that ever be different? Like there'll always be a group somewhere who's new, who's come up, or who isn't connected to the wider networks. We'll never have that perfect picture. And that's why we're the largest commission of all of them. And we're 15 people, which is hardly representative, but it's the best representative. How to get at the that we as the 15 people aren't gonna, be able to tell people to interact with each other. You know this person, so you're gonna talk with them, and you need to know more about what's happening in Okanagan, and you need to know what's happening in St. Louis.
filthy not lifting.
Oh, no, exactly. I know that's understanding. So what is it that you are trying to, what is your vision? Because I just haven't process that you think we as the 15 commissioners could do that we aren't doing to be doing that within our structure?
Show up for each other, right? I don't know you beyond the work, right? I would love to know each and every one of you. I've showed up for some folks here that I actually have a bit more of a relationship with, right? And that's what we need to do, right? Share resources with the communities that we serve. If I have a lot of access to something that's missing in Clark County, or that I could easily leverage those relationships to move, right? And once like that, and that's how you build trust, right? Showing up for each other, like unconditionally. And that's how you, like, and trans folks have, Black and brown trans folks have done that, like within trans organizing. And I know it's possible. I've seen it. And we've seen it happen in our own homogenous communities, right? So, but the thing that trips us up is, what about me? What about my community? And that doesn't serve us if we are thinking about ourselves, but not as each other.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have to tell you all something. I went this morning at 6:30 in the morning and picked blueberries, and in the process I put my back out. So I'm in a ton of pain right now. Don't mind me. I only got 9 pounds of blueberries, which sucks, but okay. I don't want us to, I just feel like we need to figure out what we want to do about committees and just reframe this and come back a little bit and say, we need, we're all brilliant people. We're all pretty flexible. We can make these committees work in a number of different ways. If we have a, rapid response working group that can function in a different way than a committee that's about, rights and protections for sex workers. We don't have to have every committee work in the same way. We didn't before, and it worked really well. I think it sounds to me like there might need to be a special committee on relationship building and network building, the way that, that we're talking about today. But I'd also like to see maybe some more traditional parameters for committees that are, kind of along the lines of what we were doing. I don't think what we were doing was working poorly before. I just feel like we got kind of off track. I'm willing to blame it on COVID and Omar leaving and the transition and all that stuff to Tracey. Not to blame it on Omar. He's a great guy. But I just feel like, we're not going to solve the world's problems in one afternoon. And I do really want to get back to committee work, because that's where I felt like I was most effective as a commissioner as well. And people continue to ask me questions that I don't, it's kind of all on my back to make something happen when that happens, as opposed to me being able to take something to a committee and have lots of other people help process it. Can we agree that we should have a more, kind of responsive, flexible approach to committees? Is that like a first step we could take to some affirmative vote? I'm not making a motion.
That certainly seems possible, doesn't it?
Because I don't think anything that's been said so far is a mutually exclusive thing. I think we can do the work our co-chair is interested in us doing, and I think we can do some of the more kind of boring, policy stuff that people like me really like, and other points in between.
So as I've been listening, I also have I'm also neurodivergent, and so I also have that superpower, that same superpower, similar. So there's like 4 buckets that we keep on kind of navigating around. One, what I'm hearing, one is just about group trust, right? As commissioners, how are we functioning together, building that trust, sharing information, amplifying? Another one is community, and how are we reaching out to different community members, amplifying whether understanding intersectionality and all that good stuff. And then the legislative piece of the work and what's coming up in these current emerging issues, if you will. So it's almost like 4 buckets that we've been dancing around and talking about. So maybe that's, I'm not sure, maybe there's another bucket that
What was the 4th one?
emerging issues that like that rapid response, not pointing at that, but these things that are like, oh, who knew the Supreme Court was gonna do that?
Do you want another page for the buckets?
Sex workers new.
So that, I mean, that's what I keep on hearing throughout our conversation is like these 4 main themes.
Okay, so I have emerging issues. The
Group trust,
group trust.
community. Sorry, I was writing it all down as.
Is community trust a separate one or is it?
Community building, I guess, would be, yeah, it would be a separate one.
Community trust building?
Would you say that's what it is, Alicia?
I was just saying community.
Yeah, that was in community in general, just, and then legislative.
And that isn't emerging, or that is.
Right, yeah, just things we know that are going to be in the legislature or that we want to see in the legislature, that kind of thing, yeah.
I should.
Those are
4 months, 5 months, like why would you?
Start in November and end in May. You know?
emerging issues, knowledge sharing between folks here at the table and community. Okay. Are those good for groups?
I like what
If they are, we can decide on those as our tentatives. Or even make them committees or something else.
You know, I was out in a separate discussion, so kind of walking back in and not knowing where the discussion was, and so no context at all. You know, I would say when I was thinking about this last night, like what is it that I think about when I remember back to why I wanted to be on this commission and reading the legislation and what we wanted to deliver. You know, a lot of it was around, you know, how can we make, I mean, they align really well with these 4 buckets, I feel like, and it's how can we make government more accessible to our communities that do not have that access, that do not have that the ability to get access. And how can we advocate for them better and more concisely in these spaces with policymakers? You know, how can we, you know, with the Roe v. Wade decision last month, you know, that's just been gnawing at me of where we are with LGBTQ rights on deck and what's happening, signals being sent by certain justices. I mean, so a lot of these line up really well with where I had my mind going into this discussion. But again, I want to contribute that because I missed part of the discussion, but that's where I see things going.
It's all time what was shared. So we have committees set up. What does it look like to bring people in?
Excuse me.
I think this we is more like internal. Internal.
Are we selecting these then? And if so, does someone motion?
Can I get someone to quickly give a couple examples of what the group trust committee would be working on?
I think maybe it isn't a committee, but maybe it's just something that we normalize as a position. Right, is to share what the landscape is for each community.
Oh, yeah, and that's the piece about knowledge sharing and everyone talking about what's going on in our
So strike one, yes, and including the
What you said really struck me, and it's about us getting, having each other's back, getting to know each other better. And it's just coordinating that really to me. It's the how do we build trust as a group? We will not build trust with our partners until we, really feel that we all have that trust with each other. We don't have to all agree on everything all the time, but we have to know that we'll have each other's back if we're in a difficult situation and pressed by, outside groups. That to me is really important. And that's what I felt you were saying. Yes.
Something an idea that came up at a previous meeting where we were discussing the restructuring was having social nights online. A Zoom meeting that's just about gaining that trust with each other, learning more about each other, becoming more, being more of a community with each other. And that might be something we want to think about as doing that, where occasionally it would be an in-person retreat, but we would normally just have a way of getting together somehow. So that might be a way to tie that in with the group trust, yeah.
Yeah, we can have a separate conversation on the different activities that we can deploy.
Yeah, it was a thought that came to mind because it's brought up in another meeting. So
I would say that the group trust would go back to the executive committee to create those experiences, because now we're going to have long day meetings every other month. So we are going to be able even to include, parts that are formal, knowledge sharing, but also informal of trust building. So that will be back also.
I also think that work should be on all of us, right?
Yeah, no, I mean that
we can
the mechanics of
facilitate it. And that's the group. So this is a process, and that's not a committee. So we have 3 committees: community, building, legislative priorities, and ad hoc committees.
we have them if we want them. So
yeah,
ad hoc committees.
we need a motion.
For the 3 committees, is that what we're saying?
Mhm.
so one would be for emerging concerns. And that committee would meet as soon as we know that something is happening. Any member, or how we should need is that every member, any member of that committee can call for an emergent meeting because we need to address something tomorrow, right? So I'm thinking that can be a way of addressing that, but it's basically general concerns, emerging concerns. That's the ad hoc.
I also think that committee can change members
Exactly.
Based on
On the
expertise, right?
Yeah.
So
And then the legislative priority committee can be a few of you who are more interested in actually, engaging on that particular, agenda building thing to review the bills, to kind of create the processes that the commission is going to use to address different bills that come before the legislature in January. So that will be just for that time.
right here.
Yeah. So that can be actually we can create that, we can staff or have people on that committee that will work in identifying particular issues that are coming before the legislature, and then start working on the strategy that is going to be presented to the commission. So we can implement whatever strategies are.
That are coming before, isn't that just emergent issues
No,
as well?
because the emerging issues is for national things that happen that we have no control over, but can help in responding to. So if another decision comes out, from other courts, although no other decision will come until next year, but if another, I don't know, if Congress suddenly, passes a law that is going to affect us, then we complete that committee to see how we can address that locally, perhaps even coming up with language for an executive order to prevent, energy policy from being erased so much. I don't know.
So external general areas of concern with local strategy.
Exactly.
Do folks understand what legislative priorities group will work on? And community building?
And that would be to strategize on how to best engage the community and how do we culturally, contextually, competently reach out to the partners that we want to reach out, assess what is their relationship with other partners on the ground, so we know how to address the collective. Because that's one thing that I'm looking at. Right? Like, I don't want to tell them what to do, but I also want to know how you're working together, so I know how to do it with each one of you.
Okay, can we have a motion on or vote on the first, these three committees?
Can we do it all together, all three together, or do we have to do each one individually?
You can do it all together, because it's a whole structure, so it's not.
I make a motion that we establish three committees, one emerging issues committee, a community building committee, and a legislative priorities committee.
I second.
Okay, I'm trying to write this down, so
I got it.
okay.
We don't have secretary today, so we'll put it all together and the video.
One clarifying question first, the emerging issues committee, is that one single committee with rotating topics, or it's multiple committees that arise?
I think there's the ad hoc committees, the emerging issues but there's also, I think there's also ad hoc committees that we need procedures, we need an outreach.
Plural,
Yeah.
that's the big question.
So that's a separate motion.
No.
It's just ad hoc
It's
committee.
a committee style, not a singular.
Yeah.
And everybody agrees with that, right? So it isn't just people talking, it's everybody.
And just to clarify, my understanding of that is that like the emerging issues committee won't necessarily have a regular meeting schedule, but like when something happens, they will meet. And then if there is a need for ongoing work in response to a specific issue, there can be an ad hoc.
So this is confusing. This is all under ad hoc committees. So ad hoc committees, committees that can address emerging issues, can address anything that we need it for.
So what I'm saying is, and I just want to make sure we all have the same understanding here, that there will be a committee that doesn't have a regular schedule, but will meet as needed. And then if there is an emerging issue that they began talking about that needs ongoing work, like a fourth ad hoc committee.
Yeah, it's committees.
And
So they can do work at the same time, right? Because there's 15 of us.
And just to clarify, any one of you who is aware of an emerging issue and you realize that we need to work on that, you're gonna send an email to me and Tracey so we can send out the invitation to all of you and say, this issue is arising. Toby wants to convene a committee who wants to work with them. And then before we have the 8 people to make quorum, those first people that reply before the 8 make up the committee to address that issue. That's a simple issue. And then once that you convene, you decide for how long you're gonna work, when you're gonna meet, all of that. But it can be any one of you calling for a committee and it works that way. And the same with any other thing, right? So we don't have to wait every 2 months to meet a committee or anything like that.
There can be 3 ad hoc committees happening at the same
At the
time.
same time, yes.
I like a processes committee. Onboard.
Call the question.
So do folks have no more questions about the 3? Do you have any thoughts, Everett, seeing us here, just like,
It makes sense to me. I think, and remember, we are the commissioners. If we don't like it, we can change it. We don't need to wait for a specific date. We can just do it at our next meeting and say, we want this on the agenda. And, there's too many emerging issues, half our commissioners fled to Canada. I don't know, we'll change it. But let's, I think it's good to start here. And so I would, with all respect, call to question for the vote.
Okay, so you want me to go ahead and start roll call? Okay. Commissioner Erickson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hillmeyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Landers,
Aye.
Commissioner Maroon,
Aye.
Commissioner Molina, Commissioner Ross,
Aye.
Commissioner Sawyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sojourner, Co-Chair Vienna.
I actually thought of something that is, y'all are gonna hate me. So the process, the group trust as a process. I thought about analysis building between because if we are building ad hoc committees that are around emerging issues and only a certain number of folks have that analysis, and if we're building out ad hoc committee on something and only the 3 of you have it, and it's gonna be the 3 of you working on it, and we don't have that knowledge, right?
You don't believe in knowledge production like that.
But
I know you don't. I know you don't believe that that's how knowledge is produced. We may have people on this commission with certain areas, but everybody should get to, everybody has experience and everybody has brilliance. And
I know this. I'm trying to let me bear with me, Everett.
okay, I'm bearing with you. Yes.
This would be a separate vote, so full discussion on that, on a separate vote.
Yeah, I'm sure though, I'm leading up to this being a committee.
But we're in the middle of.
If we can add it in another motion if we need to. So we can finish it.
Sorry, I'm not too familiar with Bogart's rules, but so like, do I say,
If you like the committees that we're looking at, then you say yes, or aye. If you don't, then you say no.
Can I say no with a condition?
No.
Not any longer.
Or,
Yeah.
and then what happens after that?
It'll still
I know. Robert's rules are so dumb.
Yeah.
I need some clarification because, well, okay, in terms of process, just for process for the commission as a legal entity, it's just taking a vote, yes or no, abstain, those are the 3 options, period. And then the time to discuss the motion already passed and there was some discussion. So my confusion right now is, do you want to know, because we're not taking into consideration on this vote, the group trust process or anything that has to do with that. My confusion now is, are you concerned that by calling ad hoc committees without having a group trust process in place is going to hinder the work of certain ad hoc committees? Is that?
No, what I'm saying is like, so these are the 3 groups right here, right? Community, legislative, and ad hoc committees. And if this is something that's ever changing, evolving based on the issue, right? That the formation of that committee will look different every time. And based on capacity, right? Folks that have capacity because they have they have varying levels of education around those issues will always automatically people will be like, well, Matt can take it, and it is over time it will it disempowers people, right, over time. If it's not, if it's just a process, but if it's not an actual formalized committee that is working on building analysis across the people here, so that we all have that shared analysis?
That is the intention of creating this structure. So when an issue arises and is called, and a commissioner calls for an ad hoc committee to be formed, is to be able to analyze the issue, to invite community voices, to invite experts within the commission and within the community, so we can collectively, as a group, have that analysis, that collective analysis, to then bring back the ideas to the whole commission for action, which might include, going back to the community and saying what it is that you're doing, so we follow you. Or it might be, oh, we found out that there needs to be a law to blah, blah, blah. We are gonna take this to the legislature. So the concern from my perspective on what we are doing, the concern that you have is already addressed by the creation of the structure that is going to allow for that group trust to happen within that committee and
Within this part right here, or within
Yes.
every part?
well, within every part, but since you weren't concerned about that particular one.
Oh, no, I wasn't concerned about this.
Okay.
I was concerned about this being a process. Because we made the decision, we agreed that this shouldn't be a committee, this should be a process.
Exactly, and that process is going to be created by the executive committee that then is going to bring it back to the commission for revision, for more. So we can include it as part of the working of the commission in all of the areas.
As a process, right?
As a
But-
process for everybody, for the commission as a whole and for each one of the committees.
But I'm worried that if it's a process that versus a committee, it won't be taken as seriously.
That if we don't do, but that is already assigned to a committee, to the executive committee, yes.
But the group trust process is, the analysis building committee would be interested in more than just building analysis across emerging issues. It would be building analysis across other issues that aren't emerging, right? Like abolition, land sovereignty, US imperialism, all of those things, right?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the group trust process, the ideas on how to address that was already assigned to the executive committee to come up with processes to do that. Whether it's that we don't know what it is, so we need to go back to the experts and the community, lead these and help them figure it out. But that the committee that is working on that is the executive committee.
I
And
think
then-
what I'm trying to say is like that, where are the experts showing up at the table?
All levels.
I think that that's something that happens once you attempt to form it. I mean, I think you're trying to talk about it if you remember the first time we voted on committee structure, we voted on what committees to have, and then we allowed those committees themselves to come up with like what's leadership gonna look like? What's the meeting frequency gonna look like? What's the scope of work gonna look like? And I think that you could have that conversation, we could either put this into a future agenda to really nail down for all the ad hoc groups that are about emerging issues, or we could decide that we're gonna do it the first time when something comes up and then have that as a model for other people to adjust over time every time there's a future successive ad hoc group. But I don't know that I think that we can get at the questions that you've got. But I don't know that you have to do it via this vote.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the words out, but I don't think it's coming out the right way, but.
So I wanna.
Do you feel like you could vote it up or down right now, or no? Or
I would vote it as the three that exist, but I would have some reservations around. Maybe I should have brought it to this discussion.
So
Okay, but
I think I can help clarify with just a question. The three committees that we're talking about right now, are you saying that you like those three and you also want something else to happen?
Yes.
Then what we can do is we can finish the vote on these three and then discuss something else that will happen. And we can have another.
That's how that works, okay.
Yeah.
Try not to say that, I think we're in different
I
orders.
think you did, but communication is different.
difficult we've been here all day.
Okay, so I'm going to continue the roll call then, or no?
No.
Yeah.
Because, well, unless we decide that that's what we want to do, it's just, either we follow a
We
procedure.
called to question. We can't. We started the roll call vote. Don't we
No,
have
no,
to finish the roll
No,
call
no,
vote?
no, I would want, the only question is, I'd want to be sure that the maker of the motion is okay with all of this. They're out of the room right now.
No, Toby was the maker of the motion.
Okay, are you okay with all of this going on? Because it's not usual to interrupt and do all that.
I know, I think we're all just trying to figure out the best way to do things, but I think if we finish the vote on the 3 committees, then we can set that aside and have the conversation about this extra piece.
About it being a process for our, okay, so
Oh, okay, so-
I obviously need to learn more about Robert's rules.
Only if we accept those as our method we have so far, we can talk about that.
Yeah.
But, okay, so thank you very much. And wherever we were, that is.
We were with Co-Chair Vieta.
Aye.
Okay. Co-Chair Botzer.
Aye.
Okay, and so the motion passes. So now you can have discussion about anything you want.
Or another.
Point of question.
Or at time for break.
Yes, I was gonna point that out. I need to go home and get some pain medication and see you from home. Okay?
Okay,
Okay,
Thank you.
watch out that he doesn't close the whole thing.
nope, it doesn't close and, yeah, he's co-chair, not chair. So-
And the-
Have a break.
Yes, of course, the break. Of course, but we didn't get to the question of kind of making ourselves accountable. So I would really love if we spend a moment on that to come back
Okay.
before moving on.
Yeah, I want to check in with both of you actually. So we are on break, right?
Yes.
Okay,
excuse reasons. So,
I just want to start by saying, don't mind me. Formalities and Robert's rules is something that's like, not fun for me. And yeah, sorry.
Thank you for sharing that and vulnerability. I'm wondering if that's something that's amplified within this space, like we can come to a consensus on things, you know, and always have each other get there. And so maybe, not maybe today, but that's the part of the process
That's true.
to talk about.
You're right. I need to like not do everything in one day. So thank you.
thanks to everybody. Someone mentioned in the break there that maybe next time we could do most of our day on something like a work plan. But in that process, if we decided to do that. So on the Robert's rules, many organizations that toss those out the window, but it has to be by choice. Especially here, as a government agency. Just wanted to think that one through, but that would be.
I just wanted to add on
Yes.
that, just very quickly. Matt and I were talking also on the break about Robert's rules, and I come from a space where tribal council uses them, but for the most part, they're not used. And I also find them to be really intimidating and oppressive. It's very hard to speak up when you don't know, you're not as familiar with the rules as other people. So if there's an opportunity to have more flexibility, I think it's worth discussing anyway for folks who don't come from government and aren't as familiar, just to give them an opportunity to feel like they can speak up and not be tripping over rules that they don't know or understand. I know that everybody on the commission can learn them. I don't know if everyone should. I don't know who Robert was, but I don't like him.
I call it Bogart's rule.
Yeah, I know. I liked it.
Just to know that everyone's put a comment up.
Oh, I can't see this.
We put in our charter that we would use these rules. I agree, they suck.
Yeah.
So I might be the odd opinion here. I was a parliamentarian for FFA. And learning Robert rules actually helped me develop my abilities to speak in public. Maybe because of the way that my brain works, but I have seen the rules working to empower people who might not feel comfortable speaking up, because within the rules there is the expectation that the voices that are not heard are invited to be part of the discussion. So I think that there are different ways. I think it really depends on how the rules are presented and taught. For me, it was presented as a deliberate way to engage in conversation when you feel like you don't have power. So my experience with them was very different than the one that I hear people, and it actually surprises me when I hear how aggressive they have been, in context. So just say that.
The other thing that came out of the break was mentioned the whole question of who wanted to know all of what more.
I'm just
Oh, I can't see the screen well.
There's no other comment on there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not, no, I think that you just need to speak up.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah. It was asked, do we really need to go to 6 o'clock tonight as planned? It looks like we might be able to get the work done, but any consensus on that? Or any thoughts?
I'm going to 9.
I come from all nighters, so good. Okay, all right. I'll keep that in mind as we talk. Well, the things that came up for us to discuss in this section is discussion about the possible next item to vote on. That's-
Well, we need to announce that we made changes to the agenda.
We're about to do that. Here it comes. We discussed and want to suggest that what we take on in our remaining time would be the question of accountability. How to do that among us. The question of group trust, right? Question of group trust, we can have a discussion on that. And then if possible, actually select who is going to be on the legislative committee. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I think we can begin with
Steve has a question.
Oh,
So is this just an extension of what we just did, or is this actually new agenda items that we say we're in?
It would be an extension. It would be to remove the other items that we have there on the 3:30 bracket of our agenda to continue the extension with these three specific issues that Co-Chair Boxer has. Sure.
Do we vote on that removal?
No.
Or?
Thank you. No, yeah, okay, no, yeah, I'm no fan of all that stuff unless it works. Okay. So shall we take on the question that we left hanging? We had one more potential motion.
Bear with me, like the whole, maybe it should be called group trust and it should be about maybe analysis building. But just the words are that we need a different word for it. It's mostly around like us learning about a continuous, maybe it's just learning committee, education committee that is like about continuous learning around the communities we come from, around all of the issues that emerge or don't emerge, right? As a way for us to like be able to have a shared understanding around the things that we are discussing as a group, right? It's easier to have a conversation about issues when we have a shared understanding of and shared analysis. We know that that's true. In spaces where there's varying levels of education around an issue, it takes forever to talk about issues. But if we have a committee that is centered on learning as just a norm, right? And not because we have to react to an emerging issue. I think it'll help us in the long run, not just it'll be easier for me to provide solutions on something that someone else is facing and vice versa. Instead of it being like a process that in some ways it's not, it can be not as taken seriously, you know, like if it's a process, will it be taken seriously in the same way that if it were a committee, it's actually work that's happening and that's formalized. Does that make sense?
I mean, anything is only as formalized as we make it, right? Any culture is created by us as humans. We're in this space to educate each other, and that's our common culture. So, I'm just trying to, I'm mistaken to understand, like.
For me, I think of like rules and processes, we overlook them all the time. we break them all the time. But if learning is an actual culture that is baked into the work that we do because it's actual work. I just lost my train of thought. It just versus a process where it'll make it, if it's a committee, we won't overlook it because it's work that is shared by all of us and not just a process that we're told to do. But because we understand that we need to do that learning. Does that make sense?
If that makes sense to me. It sounds like you're hoping all the commissioners will do this together. Is that correct? Because I don't think that can be done in a committee because we can't have quorum. And so I think that what you're asking for is great. And so how do we, I know you didn't want it to be a process, but is there a way we can make it into a habit of the whole commission? And I think your work on the executive committee as co-chair can help with that, but does that, am I understanding that correctly or not quite?
Yes, you're right. I feel like if there is a topic of learning that is proposed by a different person, and we have the shared work of taking on educating each other, it'll always look different, right? As far as like the people doing the work and the people learning. And there's also the learning that comes with bringing community in to teach us, right? So do we make that a process or is that shared work that it needs to be done through?
I don't necessarily think it's a committee. What I would say is the executive committee. What I'm hearing is our cultural norms as a group, right? From the building trust, which we were originally at, to the shared learning. I think what you're talking about is what is our cultural norm as a commission, and then how do we keep that cultural norm, whatever it may or may not be, how do we continuously put that into our structure, which sometimes might be that our agendas just might look totally different. That's scary. Like, right? Which it could include things like Robert's rules. So that's what I'm hearing a lot from you is I think it's this, and I'm new, but just listening, there's like, I think as a commission, we're still in the storming. Not
We've been storming for 2 years.
Not the northern stage yet, so maybe this is an opportunity for the executive group to meet and think about what does this look like, maybe have, brainstorming session to help with that. I don't know what that looks like, but that's what I'm hearing.
Can I, go ahead. I think Marcia and I had a conversation in one of our last meetings where we went to a small group and I talked about our executive team at the agency I work for. We went through, we did this book called Speed of Trust as a team. And it went through all the trust behaviors and walking through, identifying the red flags of people that are not practicing those type of attributes and how to counter them and what to do and to build trust amongst a team, right? So we did that, and it was a really helpful exercise, and we pushed it down into the organization. And so we make anyone who's a supervisor has to go through this, and we test them on the behaviors so that they understand how to treat employees and to build a team. So I'm not saying that's the right one, that there isn't a perfect fit in that, but there might be, I think for any group of people like us that are coming together that bring different attributes to the table, that might be helpful because we learn about each other through this process too. And that's how you build trust, right? So there's that kind of element to it. And in the aftermath of that, we had every week we had to talk about one trust attribute and really kind of dive into it as a team in our weekly meetings that we would do. And we got through them all. And then we got through them all again. And this is 6-7 years ago now. So we evolved it to be a book club in essence, that we, every week go through a chapter of a book, and we, we're focusing on DEI in particular. And, we're a group of, 9 middle-aged white guys and then a handful of women and a handful of people of color on the team. And they're all focused in on helping everybody else, the middle-aged white guys understand and kind of move along on that journey. And it's pretty remarkable to see how some of these folks have really, adapted to that. So just, things like that, I think are part of what you're talking about. I don't think that's completely, to the learning side where you're getting at, but yeah. But I think, doing something like that might help us all kind of get on a path.
Sorry, Steven, you came after.
I was just gonna, whether we call it, values, shared values, or attributes, I was just gonna echo that I like that idea, and I like that centering of certain values and then wrapping the work that we do around that. And creating some process for being able to measure how are we hitting these values in all of the work that we're doing.
What I just thought about this right now. I'm thinking like these values even can serve as a purpose to keep us accountable, and we're not values that we can hold each other accountable to that. Just another part of our conversation.
Yeah, no, you're right. I get, yeah, it's a cultural thing that we need to normalize. I love that y'all did that at work. Did y'all cash out Teacher Marie Brown for that? I'm kidding.
No, it was a different.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. And that's like, I love that visioning, because like, when we have panels and we have conversations that like, it's fulfilling, we leave that space like more invigorated. But we also know that this is a space that a lot of those conversations can't happen naturally in the way we want it to. So how do we do the learning and the visioning as a team when our only mechanism is committees?
I'll throw a thought here.
Yeah.
Seems to be something that requires consent. Oh, what? Yes.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry I'm so like all over the place today. I feel like at some point I'm gonna come up on camera and I'm gonna be like hanging upside down in a bat cave or something. We don't have just the mechanism of committees. We have the mechanism of working directly with constituents in our areas. We have the mechanism of these meetings as a full commission. We do have the mechanism of committees, but we've got town halls we can do. Manny's talking about a survey. I think there's a big, I keep trying to point today to like all the very different, interesting, and complementary ways that we're working together on behalf of LGBTQ civil rights in Washington State. I'm not saying that to just like blow smoke up everybody's batoots, but to say like, we don't necessarily need an artificial means of building trust relationships with each other. We're doing it right now. We do it in the committees. We do it when we work together on work groups, when the governor's office asks us to join a work group. Like Stephen and I spent a lot of time talking about HIV medication, and how healthcare authorities restricting it from, people on Medicaid. And we didn't actually get what we wanted out of the work group. And then you know what? Skylar Rude came through at the end of the day and prevented healthcare authority via appropriations, which is the committee he sits on, prevented them from restricting those medications, at least for this 2-year budget. And that was based on relationships, right? So, there's lots of different ways that we can do that work and get to that place. And I don't sell, we're doing lots of different things as a commission and commission members. I think that we should keep focusing on what is it we're trying to achieve individually and as a collective. And as long as we keep kind of framing our question that way, I think we're gonna find really great solutions for pushing our agenda.
I think the commissioner made an excellent point. I would just suggest that we go around the room and get everybody's thought on this. And then we'll close this part of the discussion now with it. If we agree with it as a part of maybe every meeting until we are satisfied.
I think that's a great strategy.
Well, start soon.
I'm still in a contemplative mode. I'm going to pass.
I can go.
Oh,
Maybe we should go last.
We don't have to go last every time. You can go last.
Yeah, I think so.
I think people wanted me to go first because then I am not I won't have to cheerlead. I think not both co-chairs can always go last. It's yeah. Well, we're always differing in opinions, so it doesn't matter. I'm kidding. I've done things, I've made decisions based on analysis and not a relationship in the past, right? And I've also made decisions based on relationships without having the analysis, right? I think a space that that I've experienced that we have with the people that we love, our besties, or people who spend time with us and who know us, right? And the kind of support of showing up for each other that comes in those relationships is based on going through something with somebody and having that analysis because you've experienced it, but also being in a relationship with someone, right? And I think that is something a value that I have, to be able to put aside shit that may happen in community and show up for y'all more than just a meeting, right? Like if your mom has cancer, I want to show up for you because I actually care for you as a person, beyond just me telling myself well, I have to show up for a community because it's what we need to do. You know what I mean? So that's sort of where I'm coming from. And because I feel like that's the relationship that lasts, generations versus a relationship that feels like I'm called to do something because I need to do it. Man, it's what did you just say? But that's the relationship we have with family, and that's the relationship we have with our best friends, because we know their hearts and we know that, oh, they're going through something and I can muster up the capacity that I didn't have somewhere to show up for them, because I care about that person. And next person, everyone's gonna be unrealistic.
I think you make a really great point. I think one of the beautiful things that I've seen about this commission, we talk a lot about diversity in our lived experience and our work and our backgrounds and where we come from. One of the things that I missed throughout COVID was the chance to be physically in the same space as everyone here, because we get these opportunities to have a break and chat with each other and ask about work and catch up on family and build relationships. And I think that is your biggest point, is that it's more than just the process and just the work, but it's really learning about each other as well. And I think that is a beautiful piece of this experience that we shouldn't overlook. And sometimes we get bogged down in process and the work itself. And I think that there has to be a balance. It can be overwhelming being in this space and working on these issues. And I think that having time built into our schedule where we can take some time to build relationships gives us all a bit of a break and reminds us that we're all human and we have a chance to learn and grow from each other. So just like we built in time today for icebreakers, I think that building in time for relationship building, whatever that looks like, is really valuable, and I support that completely.
I'm trying to get on my phone, so.
And I was making that face because I loved what you were saying. It was good. I was trying to figure out what that actually meant in this context. That's what I was trying to figure out. And the way that Josette put it were the words that clicked with me. That I think made sense for what you were saying and how I was trying to process it. So I really support that idea. I like that. And I appreciate you bringing it up and agree that it's something that we have missed when we have not been able to be together.
So I'm thinking a lot about like relationship building and this, how do we enter into this space and like realize our humanity so that way when we do this kind of work, it's really meaningful and purposeful. And I think when I walk into the space today, I felt like I was trying to like emulate this like person who's working in the system and trying to like operate within the system. And I think as like LGBTQ folks, we don't even fit in the system. So why are we trying to navigate and like operate within the system? So I think relationship building really goes against that. And I think there's definitely sense of that. Also, I've been thinking about like how am I representing Skagit Valley when I come into this space? And like how am I sharing what I've lived in Skagit Valley with folks in here? And I think we should like integrate something in our agenda, something along the lines of like commissioner reports where we talk about events or issues arising within our counties and then how we can support each other within the networks that we all carry. And I think that would go with like the knowledge sharing piece that we've talked about with this report section. So I think, and even with that report section, we're building relationships, we're connecting each other with our shared struggle and how we're supporting each other and uplifting each other through that shared struggle. Yes.
I really like what you said, and you stole my thunder because I was going to say, you know, maybe it's something like 2 of us each month, you know, pick a topic or, you know, report out on our community, report out on something that we care about, bring something to the table that normally wouldn't be brought forward so that we can build those relationships. And I really appreciate what you said about being in the system and playing to it. We should do our own. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just echo that. I was similar. I think, again, I kind of compartmentalize, right? So thinking about this in a sense of core values that we center stuff around, but also creating space in our meetings. You know, for us, we do mission moments. So every one of our meetings, our board meetings, right, we have a topic that's central to our mission that we either invite folks in to tell us about, or that, you know, my program managers will report on how that program is actually hitting mission, and kind of centering those things that we kind of hold dear, and, you know, talking about our successes as well as, you know, how we need to, you know, what we need to change or what we need to do better. And so I was thinking about the same thing. How can we do that in a way that, you know, we bring those core values out at every meeting and every gathering? And I also like the idea of this meeting beyond just the meeting, right? Maybe a quarterly event that's helping to build those relationships in a natural way.
So, I'm a system, like my head was to replace the system. And I have to work really hard on the people's side to remember there's people within the system. So what I'm still hearing is to be explicit about our cultural norms and how we are going to function as a commission. Within that, I agree about relationship building. I would just caution that we use relationship building through an equitable lens, because the balance of how much somebody will lean into their personal vulnerability versus maybe who they are as a commissioner. So making sure that there is room that, like, for that space, because not everybody's going to come in wanting to share their full truth, and we need to honor that, respect that while we're building relationships. So I'm still in this space of it's taking a look at how we function together. I like the learning piece, mission moments. I've had that in other boards that I was a part of. The only thing I will say that I just want to throw on the table and amplify within learning opportunities is making sure we're using a trauma-informed lens. Every single one of us in this space, and actually everybody in the world right now because of COVID, has experienced at least one form of trauma. And when we put multiple other pieces on top, and so making sure that, I think with all the work that we do anyways, we should be using a trauma-informed lens. But most definitely as we work together that we're navigating that. And that's part of that when I talk about like the cultural norm, like how are we doing that together? And so I still go back to what we're talking about is how we function together instead of these unwritten rules that no one talks about.
Yeah.
Let's just explicitly say, this is how we gonna function. And probably when a new person comes on, we might have to touch base again and let the new person know, this is how we're trying to function now. What is it we need to amplify to bring that person into the inclusionary practice of the commission? So that's what I think I'm here.
What comes up for me from what you're saying is that I think we can have a culture of like care for each other but without expecting people to, without like, well, understand that people are, that we see people for all of the things that make them whole, right? And if people aren't ready to share, that it's okay, right? And it's not something I'm gonna write on paper like, oh, this was gonna share, I'm gonna, you know, that it's that we don't expect people to, it's similar like when we're in spaces that is all about our ability to produce, we devalue each other based on who's producing more, who isn't. And being from collectivist cultures, or indigenous cultures, we've always valued people for what they could bring to the table. If that's a poem, if that's your ability to make me laugh, and that's enough, right? And that's like outside of a capitalistic structure. I also think around trauma, we also have to like recognize whether it's trauma or discomfort that we're feeling in moments where it's hard to share, or it's hard to move work forward, right? And how do we really engage in generative conflict that helps us grow as people, knowing that that's the only way we grow. If I don't know that you feel a certain way, if I share a thought and you hold back because you don't want to share it, I don't have a full understanding of it. I don't think that's a kindness. You're being kind to yourself, and that isn't a kindness to me as well. Because we live in a world that's so conflict avoidant, and that we don't really share the things that we need to share with each other.
Well, no, everybody's taking a turn.
share.
Oh,
I thought he started, so, okay, please, Eric.
You're all looking at the camera now. I don't know. I'm an Arab American, and we have my heritage is that you are as generous as you can be. You give everything away. If that's what the person next to you needs, then that's what you do. Generosity will find you when you are generous. I don't need this commission to be generous to me. I'm on this commission because I want to be able to use the power of the state to help other people in the community. I have a great partner. I got great kids. I have worked really hard to have like a happy life. I have lots of trauma, just like all of you do. I don't know what's going on with the lighting. But I am on this commission. I wanted to be on this commission. I'm happy to be on this commission to serve. And I am concerned about elders in my community and youth in my community. And I'm concerned that I keep seeing state policy come out and state bills be worked on that are very exclusive against rural communities. And so I'm always talking about rural, because I want rural inclusive policies, because and we certainly have a lot of folks out here who need support. But though I'm on this commission to try and bring the power of the state to people in my community, because I will be outspoken where other people are afraid to be outspoken. And anybody that I know who's grown up LGBTQ here in Walla Walla is scared shitless to say something, to hold hands in public. I mean, it's not where, I don't care if you all like me or not. It'd be great if you do. I'd love it if you do. I'm very fond of all of you. But what I really want is just to get to work with you and get work done. That's why I'm on this commission. So I love all the other stuff. I think it's important to have relationships. That's how I get anything done out here too. I don't know that I think this is about productivity. I absolutely don't think there's an outside the system. There's just not. We want there to be desperately, but we're all inside the system all the time, in my opinion. And so I just want to get the stuff done that needs to get done. And I want to be a support for anybody who needs it. I will be a workhorse. So that's why I'm here. That's what I want to do. That's my orientation. And I dearly love you all. I just want us to be happy and healthy and mess stuff up. With the governor's support, of course.
Comment, but any other comments first?
I always got comments. Oh God, why am I like, I'm super, it may seem like unrealistic optimism, but it's just, I come from a region, a place where, because we're the last place on earth to be colonized, that my practices and my cultural identity wasn't erased, right? And that the possibility of a society where trans people are still fully integrated into all parts of society exists, tells me that it's possible. I know it's possible. I come from that place, right? Where I had trans people as Sunday school teachers, my teachers. They're at church, they're everywhere. And a trans person can wear a male suit with lipstick, a flower, and still be seen as a woman in society. I've seen that. That exists where I'm from. So when I say these things, I say it because I guess it's a privilege that I have connection to my elders, to my people, versus other cultures that have had to go through genocide and, slavery. And I recognize that there's pain there and that there's erasure there. And so when I'm always here, I'm like, I know it's possible is because I come from that place and I see how, and that history isn't just my history, it's all of our histories. It just depends on where folks land on the timeline, where that connection to that history is strongest or non-existent. But even when that history is non-existent, us as people remember in our bodies, in our bones, that things were not meant to be the way they are now. And that's why we fight for something different. So like, it may seem that I'm always like talking about things that are like, may seem unrealistic, but it does come from a place of truth for me. And for people who get to experience like my culture, and like Jalen, who's a Black trans woman, you know, and the Black staff of Lavender Rights Project to our luau, and saw how the Islanders were dancing with trans people and how there was so much joy. I mean, it's not perfect, you know, it's not perfect, like, but there's an understanding there, right, that trans people exist in my culture, and there isn't like a quick to like, oh, well, y'all don't exist, and as far as like cis people are concerned, right? So, and then witnessing that reminded them that it does exist in their own culture, because they know, because we exist, right? We as trans people exist. So when I try to always like push on like the things that we need to do, you know, because it exists, we know it exists. And then I want to have a kid, right? And I do this work because I know that if the people in the communities that we come from never understand who we are, my kid will never be safe, right? And that's why we do the work of moving them out of the movable middle or whatever, and changing hearts and minds, because we know that creates real safety. And that, yes, we have systems in place, but we can also replace those systems of oppression with ecosystems of care and safety, right? The way we've always done it. Like, we created systems initially probably for a good, you know, but our like the journey to capitalist individualism for folks is the mission of white supremacy, right? Or supremacy in general. And that's not who we are. And when I'm always trying to push for collectivist values, cultures, or ways of doing things, I am pushing for anything that is the opposite of severing connections. So I hope that made sense, but I think I honestly, that's the only way we can be truly safe, if people actually care that my rights are inherent as much as yours are, and that people care about not violating my rights because they don't want to be penalized, or, you know, the same way the Bible teaches us to, you know. And that's why countries don't care about other countries' rights, because they don't see it, they don't care. You know, if systems weren't in place, they'd murder people, right? And continue to harm people. And I feel like that's trying to do a different way of caring for each other, versus than just whether it's reward or punitive. Sorry, it's just.
No, thank you. I totally. I feel you. I see you. The descendant of enslaved folk. I feel you. And so my curiosity is that I feel like there's like this what we doing.
Mm-hmm.
And right, there's this larger global, like, we just live in a country, unfortunately, right? Like we're within some borders that there's a lot going on, right? And a larger piece of that, we just know we're sitting here trying to do hundreds of years of oppression in the next, however many minutes. I'm curious, for us as a functioning body, not that I want to dismiss the larger systemic issues, because that is a real thing, and to bring it to this, us as a functioning body, what does that look like for me to you?
I think about it all the time. I'm like,
with the caveat, sorry, while I do believe we can change systems, we are in the system. We are part of the, all of us as commissioners, like, we the man, you know what I mean? And we're in it trying to shift, change it, fix it, burn it down, whatever, right? So like honoring this space that we're working in a system while we're also trying to bust open the system at the same time. So I'm just, if it's about us functioning together, I think that's one. If it's about how we function together and then move over to this part about then how we do that work in the community, in the state, I think it's like those are like two separate things. And so I'm not sure if we're trying to figure out accountability and how we work together as commissioners, or if this accountability and how we work with the community, because I do believe while they all connect, they're very different approaches. And so I'm trying to navigate. I want to make sure I amplify and really hear what you're saying. And I'm just trying to follow, so maybe we can get to this place of like, oh, this is maybe what it looks like for us here, and this is what could be accountability. And then over here, as a larger, how we work with the community or in the state.
For me, let's say I took that, right? We've moved away from just, we're shifting our mission, vision to not focus on Pacific Islanders, but more on Black and Brown organizing. But with the understanding that for me, I have a lot more capacity to show up because yes, I've got trauma, but I don't have hundreds of years of generational trauma, right? And having a connection to my identity and knowing who I am at a young age helps me like understand, like what isn't. As far as like the relationship building that I've talked about between us, that is happening in community. It takes at a glacial pace, I will say that, but it happens. And I think the pandemic really showed people how, like it showed my own people, my own community, cis folks in my own community that the girls or trans women are like, it is definitely shifted attitudes around, because people saw trans women out there feeding the community while the world was, not putting their bodies on the line. They saw, and like, I feel like that's what we need to continue to do to shift culture in our own communities, is like to be visible in the way that we show for each other, and not just in the same way that we show for people that look like us, we need to do that for each other. And that needs to be a real commitment, you know. And for me, it's like I have been like scared. Just, you know, it's with the state of the world, and then to go into community and see us inflict the same, you know, harm on each other because our communities don't realize that the world is on fire, right? They do, but it comes out in other ways, and we, you know, it's I'm trying to use the English language, but it's hard. Yeah, I think that's in practice as far as in community is like, I'm gonna put my shit aside, not put it away. I'm gonna put it aside because I know if I need to do that in order for me to show up for you. And I've seen it happen in national coalitions of trans people from across the country where it's really hard to center a space that centers Black folks and Indigenous folks, not at the expense of the other. We don't see those spaces a lot, right? And they made it happen, right? And because there was a lot of like gender conflict, a lot of spaces outside of the work where people were people, that I got to show you who I am, a drunk, and you know, like you got to see who I am as a real person, as you got to see all of the things that make me me, and that's the way we shift culture. And because systems don't keep us safe, laws don't keep us safe unless culture shifts, catches up, and culture is slow as hell to catch up. And while we don't have the same tools to shift culture through education the same way opposition has with media, we sabotage ourselves all the time. We give all of our information, all of our strategies to government, to philanthropy. And you know, when we're doing a glacial paced work of giving each other all of the information through relationship building. But we give it all away in one swoop for money to systems that have everything they need to oppress us. So that's like scary.
If I may suggest something, it sounds like there's some work to be done. I'm wondering if the executive committee, you all, could meet and come up with some internal, and when I say internal, I mean this group internal, best practices, approaches, cultural norms, being together, however want to be called, and bring it back, I think, to the larger group to say, does this feel like the right direction? And, you know, we can agree or amend or, you know, to how we navigate function together. And then I think a lot of these other things you're talking about with the external piece, the newly passed community group could look at like these external, when I'm saying external, outside of us, these external, like creating these standard of practice, best practices around building capacity, around resource sharing, around learning opportunities. So that committee, and I don't know if there's already something there that there's already been established. But I'm wondering if we can just, as a group, trust the executive committee to do that magic to help us internally. And we can trust the community committee to do those best practices if they saying that they're very just. Work, sorry. And we just trust in these things. Maybe come up with some best practices. Trying to create consensus.
Maybe that was some individual feedback from folks. If they want. Like, I would love to have a conversation with you outside of this space, everyone here. You're actually pretty like amazing.
Just on purpose, amazing.
Just personal thanks to everybody. All right. Conversation many years ago, this pulled me aside and said, all thoughts permitted. I'll go with that. And I have, but I will say this. My whole business started out in the 60s with labor. So my analysis of all that was economic. Later, it was politics. Later, it was trans. Later, it was all of the above. It just keeps going on. Right? So I know we are capable of all of this. Now, though, we do have to finish our meeting. That's one part, another part of my thing coming out a little bit. So what I'm hoping is that we have come to a consensus for the moment on next steps with this discussion. And that we might go ahead and finish or have a go at the others. I think, I don't know, what do you think? We've touched a lot on accountability in this discussion, so maybe we can leave it with that. Speak up if you feel otherwise. Also, we've touched on the group trust and concern issue. So there was the other one that we considered talking about, and that was who among us would like to be on the legislative committee. I'd like to do that, but anybody else?
I will defer to other people since I will be on about 7 of these and let other people who want the opportunity to do it in this context.
So we have Marcia and who else is? Alicia.
Alicia, and Steve, and Everett.
Yay.
Wait, because we cannot have more than 6 people.
I think you're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now.
Okay.
Marcia, Alicia, Ranulfo.
Oh, you can't have 6, right? Or is it more than 6?
6 would be ideal. 7 is pushing it. If we have 8, it's more.
Okay, so Steve.
All right.
Can you read the names just to make sure?
Yeah, let's make sure.
I have Marcia, Alicia, Ranulfo, Stephen, Everett, and Agaya Tupu.
Very good, Mace and me. That's my French. All right. So at this point, perhaps we should just open for discussion, but we were going to, which I kind of think we have, the learning section.
I was gonna like, no, I was gonna do like a visioning exercise, but I think we did it.
Well said. Well, perhaps a few moments of the floor is open. There is one. We want to do some announcements too. Don't forget that next time around, our next meeting will be selecting a what do we call it, a temporary elections coordinator. Because believe it or not, elections are coming up at the meeting after that. That is for us. So maybe another round of comments, last comments, and announcements. Yes? Sound good?
Is that an ad hoc committee?
It's about as ad as it can be at this point. All right.
We have the next public meeting of the commission,
Yes, yes.
which is on the schedule. If we continue having them as we agreed at the beginning of the year, it would be Friday, September 16th. I think that we have enough time to keep that date, so people can go back to their regular jobs or work or school, whatever you do outside of here, to ensure that we have that date. And we do have this space, which it has worked very well with the remote. We need to tweak some things, but
They tweaked them while we were in the meeting.
yeah. What I would like to hear from you all is, should we stay here in Olympia and bring you all here, or should we select another location? And if we do, would you be willing to take the time to do that? Because then it would be, for most of you, traveling to wherever it is. So that's something that I would like for us to settle today before we leave.
I think we should go somewhere else because we just haven't as a commission yet officially. Yeah.
I'm gonna go there.
It counts as a trip. You know, it counts as like what we were talking about earlier, what you like for what, a hobby.
Yeah.
I go Park County.
Come on, I'll host. Yeah, I mean, if I can host.
And will we be able to have?
Yep, well, I'll make sure we can do that. Mhm.
Just let me know if there's if you need help with like paying for a space or anything, if you need to do a contract or anything for it.
Yep.
Okay.
So Friday, September 16th, same time, 10 to 6, so we'll work on the agenda. Clark County, we're gonna keep it open. It doesn't have to be Vancouver. We cannot cross Columbia River, but.
Oh, Trace, you don't want to.
Story.
We're not Portland.
It's like us, Tacoma is not Seattle. But please do keep that on your calendars. We do hope to have, we know that we're gonna have the new commissioners by then, so we'll clear the date with them. But we speaking of accountability, one of the challenges that we experience is even after offering the date and time and location of the meetings, not having everybody, present. So I would really encourage everyone to prioritize the commission meetings on your calendars, and ensure that we have enough people at this meeting, especially since we're gonna travel and we have to coordinate for all that. So, yeah.
Can we do chicken buddies?
Even?
That wasn't about chicken, but well, it was about and maybe this is getting a little bit off topic because she said chicken buddies, but since we just formed the committee, the legislative committee, can they in the meantime take up the current legislation priorities and get some work done around that?
You can do whatever you want on that committee. As long as it's legislation.
Yeah, part of our work is to implement as many ad hoc committees as possible to do that. No, I'm kidding. Not bad using the system.
Good question here. Just heard our operating agreement stated we can't be on committees.
I think that's.
But that's what it is. So, put us down tentatively. We'll find a way.
I think that you cannot be members of committees, but you, as part of the executive committee, you can attend any meeting that you want. So
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So if they were voting to recommend supporting a piece of legislation, you both would just have to sit out on that vote.
Loopholes.
Oh, so we're just auditing.
Loopholes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or let's say we go around for our last check-in comments and so on.
I do have an update that I want to share with you, but it has to be after we go off public because it's still confidential.
All right.
Were we doing something check-in buddies? Or?
I don't know if people benefit from that, like having, or another person be like, hey, are you going to a meeting, or?
Oh,
okay.
That was a closeout, but it's a structural thing.
Oh, yeah, like, mainly self-serving. Somebody check on me, I'm kidding. As a way for me, like, to also get to know somebody that I don't see regularly, you know?
That's up to you.
It looks like, if that's something that you want to opt in for, you can do so.
Again, being in person allows us to have these conversations that we have not been able to have, so this is not really important.
Good.
This was the best last meeting ever. Thank you all. I'm so grateful just to have benefited from all of your knowledge and experience over the last couple of years. It's pretty humbling, and I hope that we can all stay in touch. But just a big thanks to everybody for the work that you all do. It's pretty incredible.
And comment. Commissioner, may we please thank you for everything.
Thank you for joining the committees. No kidding. Yeah.
Tracey already hit me up for committees, so.
Yeah, it's taken care of. I was getting to that.
I've got nothing else. Thank you.
Damn, y'all make me look bad.
Favorite?
Everett.
Yes, of course we know you have. Nothing?
Nope.
Okay.
No. I don't know. I'll miss you just that. I didn't hear today. Is somebody else coming off the commission?
Yes, Jack Archer didn't seek reappointment.
Oh, okay.
We haven't been able to touch base with them, but they did. I mean, they did send me a quick note that things have changed in their lives. So we understand that, and we also, just like Commissioner Ross, Commissioner Archer has been instrumental in the establishing of the commission and the work that we do. I'm bringing the voice of other folk on the eastern side of the state, so we really appreciate Jack Archer's contributions and work in the commission on everything that they do for the community, because they don't stop. And I hope that they do take a break. But,
Yes. Right. And enjoy their little one. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, everyone had a chance there. I been in a lot of meetings, and every single one of them will do something different to me. I've noticed that. I don't think I'm alone in that. And certainly, we've done it again today. So, all right, last chance for last comment. All right. Okay, so we're going to adjourn. Let us adjourn. That means we need to make a motion.
Can I motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
I make a motion to adjourn this fine meeting today.
I second.
Please.
Roll call, okay. Commissioner Erickson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hellmeyer,
Excuse.
oh, excuse me, Commissioner Landers,
Aye.
Commissioner Maroon,
Aye.
Commissioner Molina.
Aye.
Commissioner Ross.
Aye.
Commissioner Sawyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sojourner,
Aye.
Co-Chair Vienna,
Aye.
Co-Chair Boxer.
Aye.
Okay, and I will take us off live.
We are adjourned.